count as rape. Are you weirdly into sexual violence, or are you asking that as a genuine question? Because right now it just seems like you're weirdly into sexual violence. Just a question? All right. Everything has limits. You found Dwarf Fortress's limit. Please stop asking about sexual violence in relation to Dwarf Fortress, or I will remove you from my chat room. All right? If you want that, go put some weird mods in Skyrim and fuck off. All right. So the current dwarves that are alive that are named are Pilot, Simplex, the Squoid, Belug, Abe Exendi, Stone, Jack Nurik, Max, Vimamel, LaFonda, Goffer, Clay, Whitcode, Massive, Patchwork, Corvius, Suede, Defcom, Aquafunkalistic Bootywap, Trees, Tiny Goliath, Ghost, Knowles, Kade, Taurus, and of course Seeker, Blue Water, who had another child the other day, which is lovely, Cyralac, Peter, IR Stupid, Unib, who's been very depressed, Voidlock, Nosferatu, Hazaza, Animal, Prismatic Flux, Murphist, Hexwrench, Caveman Crafting, Sidescoop, Evil Trick, Free, Alien Slayer, Quevenair, Bastet, Sathados, Windatar, and Spitalier. Yeah, nice strong population of 52 for Longdeath. That's pretty good. Also, I need to make that, which I think I already queued up. Yes, I did. The total population is 52, but 36 minus the migrants. And yeah, we unpause. Project from yesterday, which is this. As we fly down. Goes all the way down to here. That's as far down as we've gone. We are getting close to the bottom. We've got maybe like a dozen or so more layers down. I don't have any dwarves that are old enough to be a sock smell. So no, we don't currently have a sock smell in the Fortress Crowaneer. Because sock smell always wants a dwarf that's on the edge of their life. And, well, I don't have any of those right now. So currently, we don't have any dwarves that are old enough to be a sock smell. But, yeah, one thing at a time. Expanding, working on the stuff. Just making sure somebody's assembling a ballista arrow. Looks like we are. I'll make sure this gets done. Ball-ass. Yes, ball-ass. Ballista arrow assemble. It's literally just shorthand, I swear. That's all it is. I could type in assemble ballista arrow, but typing in B-A-L-A-S-S is way faster. Can't do everything by typing everything out. Otherwise, things would take way too damn long. God, it's gonna be hot today. Might even have to turn up the AC. I don't want to, though. I don't like being part of the problem. I mean, making pasta is easy. I can make my own pasta. Assball does sound even worse. I mean, they all sound bad. But the actual, like, in my defense is just blame the king. It's the king's fault. All right. So, CDC. I'm going to be very honest with you for 1 second here. Are you going to drop the subject, or do I need to ban you? That's your warning. All right, drop it. We don't do second chances here. I give you a warning. If you don't accept the warning, I ban you. Keep that shit as far away from my chat as you fucking can. That's your warning. How's your dear Stony? Your dear, adorable little stone lady. She is... Well, relatively recently was angry after getting into an argument, but really enjoys the fine statues that she's near. She enjoys her fine tables and is relieved being near a waterfall, probably remembering that, actually. Apparently you've killed a few buzzards and a great horned owl and a gray langur monkey. Still no lover, I don't think. Oh, no, you do have a lover. You were still lovers with Bilug. For some reason, I thought Bilug died, even though I did literally just read Bilug's description. Bilug is 121 years old, and you are... Whoops, I lost you. I lost Stone. You are 95. Seems to be doing pretty well, all things considered. You realized your dream in life? Nope. Dark Sky Knight, your dwarf passed away of old age a while ago, actually. Made it to, like, the ripe old age of, like, 160-something. Passed away. It was unfortunate, but inevitable. Yeah, you are getting on there in years. But yeah, no, your soap maker passed away. However, since I haven't had a soap maker since, these are all still bins filled with soap. We still have a lot of your soap in the fort, so your legacy lives on, even if your mortal soul may have passed. Or old age. I mean, it's just like real life. Random murder and old age, right? Natural and unnatural. Those are the two ways that you die, just like real life. So your soap has probably saved many lives. In fact, we still have, look, Wolverine soap, kangaroo soap. I think it's mostly Wolverine and kangaroo soap. There might be a couple other types of soap in the fort too, but it's mostly Wolverine and kangaroo. Or turkey vultures? I mean, that's random acts of murder. It's just random acts of murder perpetuated by a turkey vulture. I thought I saw a bird carrying strawberries. In theory, yes. In this fortress, doubtful. There isn't enough world stuff going on. Of all undead dwarves? I mean, you wouldn't have any dwarves left. So you'd need at least one necromancer. But in theory, yes, you could. I mean, I've done it, actually. So, yes, you can do it. Well, they weren't all undead. Most of them were undead. The fuchsia velvet. Classical dance. It's nice to see the dwarves still performing traditional dances from this world. It's coming to your town, and and this is going to be your hometown, same, on an unrelated trip. Oh, nice! I love it when stuff works out like that. Is this, what, can I ask who the comedian is? Just out of curiosity. All right, so we need to be working on glass blocks. So green, glass, block, 100, charcoal, 100, and sand. Let's actually do 30 sand, because I have a feeling I got way more sand than I need. You can make a fortress of all undead dwarves. You could also make a fortress full of vampires. Although if you're able to do either of those things, CDC, you are very good at the game, because it is not easy to do those things. Like chat room. If I told you you could make a... If you were playing Dwarf Fortress and knew very little about this game, and I told you you could make a fortress of undead dwarves, how do you think you would go about doing it? And do you think that it would even work? Because, like... What do I think of the upcoming Steam version? What kind of a question is that? What do you mean, what do I think of it? You're going to have to be a little bit less broad with the question. That's like, what do you think about oxygen? Well, it's an inevitable source of life that keeps me from dying. It's certainly possible, worth it, no. I mean, it's more of a, I think, like, for people who want to make a fortress filled with nothing but undead dwarves, it's like, well, I mean, it kind of can be worth it if you get all intelligent undead, but, like, the ways that work to actually do that, without, like, a wiki or watching a YouTube video, I don't think people would ever, like, naturally figure that out. Greetings, what's your opinion on electricity? It turns my lights on. Why don't you go hang out with Baker Friend and get them to teach you how to make the pasta? But that's fucking awesome. You know, I used to subscribe to a Patreon for a cooking channel on YouTube, Beer Manier, and the girl that ran it, her highest tier, admittedly was very expensive. It was way too expensive for what it actually was. It was like $70 a month or something. But she would literally mail you a package of dried pasta every month. And I was like, so tempted for a little bit there to just subscribe to that for a couple of months just to get some, like, handmade pasta mailed to me, because that sounded amazing, but I never did it. Oh, okay. I'm not a huge comedy person, but I have heard that name before, Renbird. I have heard that name before. Looks like our sand's going. We're still pondering large sums when we're making our glass blocks. And winter is upon us. Once you get a bigger place. Once I get a bigger place, I'm going to get like 5 more houseplants. Actually, I'm in the process of currently cultivating a bunch of spider plant babies that I got from my mom, and I'm going to get these little hanging baskets, which are very small, and I'm gonna hang them on my walls. I've got an idea on how I'm gonna do that, so that's my current project. Is I want to make hanging, like most normal people, they hang pictures on their walls, right? I'm gonna hang plants on my walls, assuming I get my lease extended for another year. We are into winter. I've sent in the request to my landlord, but they haven't gotten back to me yet. Why spider plants? Because they're easy to grow in low light, and I like the way they look. And they're also one of the best plants for cleaning oxygen. The two plants that are best for cleaning oxygen that are readily available and cheap are spider plants and snake plants, also known as mother-in-law's tongue and hanging wigs, I think are the... I can show you what I mean. These things. These are spider plants. But they just make nice hanging plants. These little guys. Spider plant. These things. They're also very good for cleaning oxygen. Then they're super easy to regrow more of. And then snake plants. Snake plants grow really slowly. But they look like these. So these are a lot harder to propagate. So I haven't been doing that, but spider plants grow really quick and are very easy to make more of. You have a lot of those, like far too many? Oh yeah, no. I mean, you'll have way too many of them, which is why I'm buying a lot of really little plants and replanting them. I don't know. It's a hobby. It's something to do. It's keeping me busy, which is good. I have a lot of soil. Might as well use it, right? Does a nice mental health post every week. The comedian? That's good. Just like talking about his own mental health or giving advice? Like what do you mean by a mental health post? and gives emergency resources and tips on how to do better. You know, as somebody who has really fucking shitty mental health on a good day, I find those kinds of posts to be like completely infuriating. I don't know why, but I really shouldn't. But there's just something about like, here's a suicide hotline and here's a few tips on how I got better. It's like you're not me. You don't understand my brain. Fuck you. It just makes me angry. It's one of those like irrational reasons that I get angry. It's like public displays of other people's mental health advocacy. It's like I feel like they're using me to promote their own brand and using, like, I probably would, it's probably pretty safe to describe me as a mental health positivity advocate to a degree, right? Like, I do talk about my own mental health quite a bit on my stream. I don't sell it as part of my brand because I think that that's disingenuous and kind of shitty. Like, if you guys want to talk about mental health shit, we can do that, right? We can talk about depression. We can talk about suicidal thoughts. We can talk about that kind of stuff. But it's not pinned on the front page of my branding. It's not like a scheduled thing that I do once a week. Go get therapy. Unless you're me, in which case don't get therapy because therapy makes me want to off myself. So, like, ugh. It's not that it's especially easy to detect when it's bullshit. For me, it's especially easy to feel like I'm being used. You know, like I used to follow a YouTuber a whole lot who did a lot of lifestyle stuff. And then he started doing a shit ton of mental health stuff. And I can't watch his stuff anymore because it just, like, I'm pretty sure he's being genuine, but it's just painful to watch. It's just an experience of his illness. Sure. But that's, like, the easiest way to not sell me on somebody is by saying that they do a scheduled mental health talk X number times a week. I don't know. Like, I'm clearly not alone because Critty immediately agreed with me, but pandering to the depressed is a term you heard once. That's a little disturbing. I mean, I didn't think about that, but I was more just thinking in general. You're indifferent. I don't know. It's a tricky thing. It's a tough subject because it's one of those things where it's like if you say, how do I explain this? Sounds like you had a bad therapist, Bastet. It's one of those tricky subjects because if you talk smack about it, then it's like the equivalent of talking shit about other people's mental problems. And that's not what I want to do. It's just for me personally, constantly seeing other people talk about what they're going through publicly is a net negative to my mental health, whereas talking to people in private or one-to-one can be extremely helpful. Does that make any sense? It's like if I'm just having a conversation with a person or a small group of people about mental health, that's one thing. If I see a post on a social media platform, that's frustrating. Because on one hand, there are people out there that probably need help. And it's probably the right thing for them to be doing. I am probably in the wrong here. I am probably the minority. But for me personally, it is frustrating to see that be the forefront of somebody's brand. Especially because I'm not always depressed, right? I can go like very long periods of time, months, years even, having really positive periods of my life, right? But if it becomes part of your brand, as somebody who is, to a degree, an influencer, I have to realize that if this is part of a brand, you are obliged at a point to continue, right? So at what point does that go from being an honest talk about mental health to being an act to perpetuate a brand? And I'm not talking about this comedian in specific, to be clear. I'm just talking about this subject in general because I think it's interesting. At what point does it become a perpetual need to continue with your brand? And I've seen that happen to a degree in places where it's like, well, it's less of a this person needs to be talking about mental health advocacy to forward their brand and more. This person needs depressed people to continue making money. No. You talking about your mental health in my chat is not bad for my mental health. You making a general video talking relatively openly or vaguely about your mental health to an audience of people is bad for my mental health. Does that make sense? Which I kind of did a couple months ago. I put up a video that was just a black screen of me just venting about some shit. But I wasn't offering advice. I wasn't offering solutions. I was just being honest, right? It's when it's somebody's brand to talk about their own problems, because then they perpetually need problems to forward that brand to continue making money. That's what scares me. I'm being very, very specific about a very specific kind of thing. And these people exist. Like, in order for you to continue having a brand, to continue making money as an influencer, especially if they are somebody that has absolutely no mental health qualifications. If they're a therapist, that's different, right? Like, there's definitely, like, online therapists who have taken to YouTube who are doing quite well, and I think that's kind of a cool thing. But especially if it's somebody who has no experience with actually helping people. Like, I'm not a fucking therapist, and I don't pretend to be. If you want to vent about shit, go nuts. But, like, I'm not a therapist, and I will never pretend to be. I don't know anything about how to fix your problems. I can talk about what I've been through, but that's not my brand. If the topic comes up, then cool, let's talk about it. But also, like, if religion comes up, cool, let's talk about it. I'm also not a minister, you know? But we're also a pretty close, small community of people where we basically see the same people in chat every day with a handful of new people, right? And it scares me a little bit when I see very large either internet or public personalities talking openly about that and making that their brand, because then suddenly you need more depressed people to continue making money. It's sort of like clothing lines need people to need clothing so that they continue making money. So how do you make people need new clothing? Well, ideally, you only need to buy a shirt every 10 years. This shirt's like 9 years old now. But, you know, so they make shitty shirts. All right, well, how does Apple keep you buying phones? Planned obsolescence. How does Microsoft keep you buying OSs? Put out a new OS every X number of years and make it not compatible with old hardware. How would a crappy mental health advocate keep making money? Keep you depressed. So I see that pattern and it scares the shit out of me. Gyms sell you protein shakes to kill your workout? I don't know anything about that because I work out at home, so. And I've never in my life had a protein shake. But, like, you have several shirts that are older than you. Awesome. So, like, there are ways that you can get help, and there are ways that we all should get help, and there are things that we can all do to improve our mental health and become better as people. But there are certain people that I see profiting off, like, in the last 15 years, I think mental health advocacy has really become a thing, and I think it's very important. And in the last 15 years, more and more and more people are becoming aware of their own mental health and trying to take better care of themselves, which is also very good. But, like anything, sharks appear. And that freaks me the fuck out. So what's going on here? Where you're helping your mom stop bleeding from a shaving incident? Oh no! Hopefully it was a minor shaving incident. I had a shaving incident recently. I cut the skin off the bottom of my nose and it hurt like a motherfucker. Like right down there. It was like right at the, I was trying to shave like right underneath my nose and like got a nice big old paper cut sized thing along the bottom and it hurt. But what's going on here? We are making some glass blocks so I can continue working on my glass tube. Really? Huh. I don't know. Like, the kind of workouts I do don't really require any kind of protein shake. Orange. I don't know. I have a feeling like I'm going to upload this VOD to YouTube in a few days and someone's going to just, like, say that I'm contradicting myself or a hypocrite. And you know what? To a degree, they're probably not wrong. To a degree, they're probably not wrong. But at the same time, I think that's also something I can learn from. I think that's something that I can get better at. Like, I want to be a place where I can listen. Like, if someone, like Orange yesterday, needs to vent, or if Bastet needs to vent, or if someone from this chat needs to vent, I think that you should be allowed to do that. But I think I need to be really careful about giving advice, especially considering my advice for how to deal with depression is just go smoke weed, which isn't really good advice. So I don't know. But also go see a therapist. So I don't know. It's a tricky subject. I don't know. Was that even remotely enlightening or just absolute bogus? What do you think, chat? And I pack another bowl. Just don't pack it too tight, yeah? Otherwise you won't get enough airflow. You won't get enough exposure and you'll be wasting material. Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely, Orange. That's why you get sativa, not indica. The frame rate still solid? Yeah. Well, I mean, it gets a little hairy at times. Ooh, Windatar went into a strange mood. It gets a little hairy at times, specifically in the summer when the humans come to trade because, like, 250 humans show up. Because it's, like, two different factions trade at the same time. Each one brings, like, 9 wagons and, like, 30 guards. So every time that happens, the frame rate gets a little gnarly, but... And specifically the reason it gets a little gnarly is because usually around that time of year there's a bunch of buzzards in the sky, which doesn't help the frame rate at all because their pathing gets a little wonky. So between the buzzards and the humans... Yes, I was homeschooled, Governor. Why do you ask? But yeah, so generally frame rate's fine. It's just like in the middle of summer, the frame rate gets a little gnarly. It goes down to like sub 30, but the rest of the time it's totally fine. Something happened on Twitch last night where everybody's usernames became unreadable. Aqua. Your name's readable, but like barely. I don't know what the fuck happened. We used the Canadian Christian curriculum initially, and then switched to a non-religious curriculum for high school. Because my parents were extremely religious at one point. Renbird, I have a question. Do you use combustion? Or do you use vaporization? Sandwich bag full? I kind of want to grow a plant, but I'm worried someone will steal it. Use a vape cart? Because if you use a vape cart, if you have the ability to have actual flour around, I would recommend buying actual flour and going the dry herb vaporizer route if you can. And the reason I recommend that is because you'll get a lot more mileage. And if you want edibles, you can then cook the stuff that you vaped and use it as edibles. Like, I have a jar like that big just full of cookable weed. Those are such a fucking ripoff. Holy shit, Critty. Holy shit. That's like buying a MacBook Pro and saying it's a nice netbook. You want a Dynavap? I get you. I mean, Dynavap's cheap. Yours, fair enough, but like, fuck. I mean, this is Canadian pricing here, but where'd the one I use go? There you are. That's the one I use. But it's getting kind of old. So I'm kind of planning on upgrading to... Yeah, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Something like this. I don't like those things, the volcanoes. They're just too expensive, and they're a little bit silly. Raw green glass, Sangrero rib wood, nice blocks, round brilliant cut jaspers, unicorn leather, rough almandines, green glass, and of course 22 kangaroo bones. Wonder what that dwarf makes. I know why someone would buy one. Planet of the Vapes is like the OG, original, been around for a really fucking long time place. And they have a Canadian and USA storefront. But it's a really good name. I mean, come on. Any place that sells weed stuff has to have a good pun name. Come on. I don't like the volcano at all. That same company, though, makes a different vaporizer that I do like, but... I mean, if you want to get completely obliterated, get yourself a volcano. I mean, they look stupid, that's the thing, but, like, it's one of those, it's stupid, but it works. I mean, I wasn't gonna just go throwing out my fucking vape cred and just start throwing out names like the Mighty or the Plenty, but yeah. Wintertar, the Dwarven child has created Longdeath, a kangaroo bone shield, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Nosferatu, who's his dad. A kangaroo bone shield to hide from Dad. Wonder if Dad beats him. Anguished Practice. Oh boy, 52,440 is the thal. This is a kangaroo bone shield. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with kangaroo bone and Sangrero rib wood. Weird. And encircled with bands of unicorn leather. And round nice cabochons. And cushion-cut green glass gems. On this object, on the item is an image of Nomal grip channeled the dwarf and dwarves in Jasper, Opal. Nomal is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates the ascension of the dwarf Nomal to the position of Queen of the Ignited Creation in the mid-spring of 101. I don't know. I would get something that's like made for the thing that you're using it for, personally. It's like, yeah, you could probably use a tobacco heater, but, like, why don't you just use something that, you know, is actually, like, made for the product that you're putting in it? I don't like tobacco, but yes, I've used a hookah. I've used hookahs in hookah lounges. And in Caves of Cud. But, not in a while. I don't own one. Don't really have any interest in owning one either. For a shop called Dankerage? That's good. That is pretty good. There's a place in Vancouver that sells magic mushrooms. It's literally just called The Place. It's just an arcade that also sells magic mushrooms, basically. Windlass? The heck is a windlass? What is a windlass? The construction and use of a windlass? It's a pulley. A windlass. It's a pulley. Huh. All right. Neat. That's new. Tiny ones useful on crossbows and air. Oh, really? Huh. Most ballistas are pulled with windlasses? Huh. Hey, Jelly. What's up? Long time. Interesting. I don't believe I've seen that one before. They're also discussing biographies again. Also, in regards to anybody who's actively watching through this on YouTube, I would like to remind people that if you're watching through these VODs on YouTube or you're in the stream right now and you're planning to go back to watching these VODs on YouTube, every single person I know who's started watching Longdeath on YouTube has given up. So I don't know anybody who's actually, like, made it through every single episode. Everybody they know has, like, started watching through on YouTube, given up, and just started watching the streams, or started watching through on YouTube, given up, and stopped watching. So I guess it's kind of a challenge. Challenge accepted. See, that's what people have said. I mean, you've already watched them. You watched them all live, Stone, more or less. So, you did? Okay, so Quiveneer is maybe the only person then who's made it through. There needs to be a playlist? Of course there's a fucking playlist. Christ. I thought that you gave up, like, with 20 episodes to go or something, Quiveneer. Does 2x speed count? I actually had one person comment on a DF News once. Renbird. There's a big hole in the making. That hole gets bigger. There was actually somebody who commented on one of my DF News episodes that says real blind IRL fans have to turn the video speed from full speed down to from 2x speed down to normal speed to watch these videos because of Longdeath, which I think is really funny. Damn, Darren, that's a big win. Congrats. So yeah, I guess Quiveneer is then the only person I know who's actually successfully finished watching all of Longdeath. You have dumb dreams with my voice in the background? I dreamed I got evicted last night. I would rather have dumb dreams with my own voice in the background. That sounds lovely. Versus dreaming about getting evicted, which isn't pleasant. You're a 2 or 3 times YouTube speed watcher? I gotcha. All right, so most of this is going to be... Most of this is going to be above air, so we're going to need to move this pretty considerably. Or rather, reconstruct it. Which we can do. Just hopefully nothing flying flies in. So instead of counting sheep to fall asleep, Covenair, you count dwarves. 1 dwarf, 2 dwarf, 3 dwarf, 4 dwarf, 5 dwarf, 6 dwarfs. Basically. Jeez. Yet some people jump out of airplanes for fun. Some people jump out of airplanes for fun. Have you ever had a dream that you're falling, and then you wake up, and then you get up, and then you start falling again, and then you wake up, and then you get up, and then you start falling again? Because I've had that happen in like a loop a couple of times. That's always fun. It's, oh, am I ever going to get out of here? Ah, shit. Why would you jump out of a perfectly good airplane? That's what I was always wondered. It's like, why would you? It's like, if you're in an airplane, like, what's the point of jumping out of it? You could just stay in the airplane. You sound like you speak with experience, Rembird. You sound like you speak with experience. You fall off your bed? I don't believe I've fallen out of my bed since I was a small child, but I could understand why that would be terrifying. Simon and Garfunkel are absolute masters. Love Simon and Garfunkel. Your bed is a bit too big to fall out of. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't fallen out of a bed since I was a very small child. Even then, I'm not entirely certain if I ever actually fell out of my bed when I was a small child. I get the feeling that it might have just been something I kind of did because I thought that that's something that you're supposed to do as a small child, was fall out of bed, like pretend to do it. Oh, that sucks, Renbird. That sucks. I feel like I'd be more inclined to go skydiving than bungee jumping, though. King or a queen? That's a pretty big bed. Even a queen is pretty big. I had a queen for a really long time, but I like my twin XL. Not gonna lie. Has an Alaskan queen, or it's an Alaskan king, right? I mean, I was a dumb child once, as were you. Maybe we could make an argument that I'm still a dumb child, and as are you. I used to sleep on a bunk bed, but wouldn't have been able to fall off the top bunk even if I wanted to because it had a massive ledge around it. You were implying that I was winning. I mean, I don't believe I've won at anything in my entire life. I fell off of a bouncy castle once. Like, I climbed up to the top of the edge of the bouncy castle and fell off of it. Dwarven child punches the great horned owl in the neck with their left hand, and the injured part explodes into gore. An artery has been opened by the attack, and the child screams, "This is a fight, and I feel no terror!" Good for you. Freeways, good for you. Sorry, but there's something about Dwarven child punches the great horned owl in the neck with her left hand, and it explodes into gore. Oh, you're so cute, you little child, you punching the great horned owl. How old is Free? How old is Free? 6. I think that this is a fight and I feel no terror is the best part about all of that, though. Also, spring has arrived. I feel no terror indeed. Because this is a fight. Who will die? I don't know. No one's died of old age in a while. Because all of the elderly dwarves passed away. What's up, Sama? How's things? Hey, hey, party people. I'm 5. I've killed 8 birds and 2 gray langurs. And I have a full beard and worship the god of lust. It is very inevitable. Love the YouTube stuff recently. You like the little clips? I think I'm gonna, because I've done 3 chats with Tarn Adams, right? I think I'm going to put out one of those every other week. Because I got enough of those that I could do them for probably a year. Because, you know, people aren't really going back and watching the old interviews. So if I portion them out like that, people get to rewatch them. So people are definitely watching them. So might as well do it. Is that a crutch? That is indeed a crutch that he's carrying. Unless that sprite is used for other things that I'm not aware of, like maybe an instrument part. I was kind of worried when I started uploading the clips of Tarn that people would call me out for reusing content, which I absolutely am, by the way. So people should call me out for that, but I don't know. Also, this has made me really happy, which is the Odd Realm interview. After I did the Tarn Adams interview, got chucked into browse features for people and is climbing, which makes me really, really happy. How dare you reuse content more? Well, I mean, as long as it's content people missed the first time, then I say it's a positive. Eve. It's like, it's the Adidas that you find on like AliExpress. You can't be bothered to go watch an hour-plus interview? Really? Yet you spend hours watching streams? That's interesting. Not really a judgment, more of just an observation. But I'm gonna upload more of the short clips because YouTube's been a little on the slow side recently, so. Gotta do what I can. Wood training spear and a silver battle axe. Axe blade. Both of those are gonna get sold. But in the background setting, totally fair. Yeah, no, I understand. I personally have a hard time. I personally have a hard time enjoying YouTube channels that reuse a lot of content. Which is why it's very much a kind of it was a lot of back and forth before I decided to just say fuck it. So I'm gonna do that a little bit. Whisker Stoke Flicker. I'm assuming you got it, Stone. All right. 36 still, 52 still. Nobody died. Maybe an animal or two died. Actually, we need to do some slaughtering. Let's slaughter. Skip that bull. Cattle and bulls. Bunch of those unicorns. Some of these. That'll do. Let's jump down to the bottom. Might as well make that fluffy Wambler available as a pet because they're going to be here forever. There goes all the slaughtering. But yeah, noted. I guess I will just do more of it then. Because, like I said, people are watching them. Might as well upload them if people are going to watch them. Also, they have incredibly good retention rates, which is really good for the YouTube algorithm. But, noted. But yeah, no, I guess that the clips kind of have a different audience than the full-length interviews to a degree. So because of that, we'll keep uploading them because people seem to like them. So, but you know, just like anything else with YouTube, it requires some initial experimentation, and you never know how something is going to be received until you try it, right? I certainly didn't know how it was going to be received until I tried it. So we've tried it now. So, you know, I'm going to set up a safety measure real quick. I'm just going to build a door there. Just a normal-ass door. Elves have arrived to trade. And we are slaughtering bulls. A whole lot of them. The reason we're building that door there is if on the off chance a Forgotten Beast spawns in this lower cavern layer and tries to fly in, I could lock the door and delay it long enough that we could get either military set up to kill it or something in the way to defend us. Gremlins and sunberries? Both. Both. Have we hit year 300 yet? We are in year 275. 275, meaning that the fort is 270 years old. 270. And counting, yes. Although this week is probably going to be a week of quite a lot of Longdeath because I've been doing quite a lot of short weeks recently. And we did Longdeath yesterday. Probably going to do Longdeath all the way up to Thursday. Although there is the odd chance that we might get a Jupiter Hell patch at some point. So if we get a Jupiter Hell patch, then I will stream that day. But outside of that, we are just, you know, hanging out, playing Longdeath. At average years, that should be 10 more days. What, to 300? 10 more streams until the year 300? At the rate that I generally go, yeah, about that. Which means next week or the week after. I mean, the elves have less history with cannibalism than humans do on Earth. So, they're not that weird. They're just very religious. They're also immortals, so they're very different people than us. I wouldn't judge them too much based on their habits. No sunshine, unfortunately. Just apricots and plums. Ooh. Forgotten Beast Silk. I want to buy that onyx pedestal. I want that onyx pedestal. Because onyx pedestals are kind of neat. Build it and place it up there. It's a rite of passage as part of battle. Very, very specific thing. Very specific ceremonial event. Also, how you doing today, Jack Rick? How is things? To find the scenario in progress in adventure mode? Most things are Legends mode things. Most things. Not all things, of course, but most things. This is such a big cavern lair. Digging over this open pit into the cavern lair is very spooky. It's like a bow tossing competition. Crossbow throwing competitions are very exciting, I'll have you know. Who doesn't like a good crossbow throwing competition? That's like saying who doesn't like a good wrestling competition? Especially when the Demon Lord comes. My favorite part about the wrestling competitions in Dwarf Fortress is that they're just Dragon Ball. It's like, oh, Satan just shows up for this wrestling contest. It's like, excellent. This is literally just Dragon Ball. No, they're literally throwing the crossbow. Yeah, it's like throwing an axe, but it's a crossbow. Like a paper airplane? What, like this? Like a shot put, almost? I imagine that like a shot put. I think my dwarves are trying to poison somebody. They're speaking about disease classification and toxicology. I don't have more bins, or is it a preference thing? They expire over time. Like, they literally will rot away over time. And it's kind of frustrating to manage them, so I kind of don't bother. And also, I don't need more. I'm kind of just waiting for all my wooden bins to rot away, and then I will replace them with metal ones. This fortress is not representative of a lot of fortresses in Dwarf Fortress. I said the word fortress too many times in that sentence, but I think you know what I mean. I'm doing some things differently in this fortress than I would normally. Purely because of how old this fort is. Oh, also it is easier to sell certain types of items if they're not in a bin. Just gonna throw all of these rocks off the edge there. There they go. Let's get them tossed. "60-year-old dwarf and his corners." I'm sorry, what? Those were all words. I don't know if I understood them. I'll be completely honest. Developer of Odd Realm just sent me a DM about how he finds the question about poop in Dwarf Fortress to be very funny because apparently it's one of the most requested features for Odd Realm. It's poop. People are weird. Keep expecting a dwarf to push another dwarf off of this thing. They haven't yet. So I guess that's a positive. We'll go off and enter it. Yeah, that's why I say that, like, Legends is basically just Dragon Ball Z. Because, like, later parts of Dragon Ball Z, it's like, I am the legendary god king of the... Insert people here. Or faction name here. I am here to wrestle with random dude from this country. And there's kind of a lot of that in Dragon Ball. So that's why when I say, oh, Dwarf Fortress just becomes Dragon Ball at a point, that's what I mean. Is it, to a degree, literally just becomes Dragon Ball. Okay, so that's going to be the back marker of this. You need to go away. You need to go away. Why do you live with a bunch of savages? Time to get better roommates, maybe. You know, I was listening to a podcast last night, and they got a question about, like, cutlery and recommendations for different brands. And their reason for asking for recommendations was because up until recently they had lived with roommates, which, as similar to as you just described, were a bunch of savages. and they were out of fear of them destroying high quality cutlery, they just didn't get any. Don't seem to respect blades. Most people don't. Which is silly, because you could cut yourself really badly on a blade if you mistreat it. It's just like the worst injury I ever got working in fast food was from some stupid fucking coworker who thought that it would be a brilliant idea to just throw a really, really, really sharp cutting knife into the bottom of the dishes in the sink. And I reached in to grab like something out of the bottom, and I grabbed the knife blade and came out, my hand was covered in blood, and I'm like, well, that's really cool. It like cut through the gloves that I was wearing and everything. Ah, crap. Did I make this out of the... Okay, no, I didn't. Whew. It absolutely does suck, yep. Yeah, it looks like it ran out. That happens, Renbird. The hats disappear. And I shed a single tear. Alright, let's go up here. There you go, back in the cool club. If you refresh your stream, you get a notification. That's the coolest part, frankly. Where does this connect to? Right there, so I need one up here. So I need a floor piece to go up there. This is gonna take some crafting. Could use some cool beer right now. I mean, couldn't we all? Couldn't we all? King wants a ballista arrow and you want 3 crowns. Cheers.
Finding your DF news was such good luck now that I know you stream too. Beer for the beer gods.
Beer for the beer gods. Skulls for the skull throne. Wings for the wing nut. I don't know what that means. But seriously, thank you very much for keeping that subscription alive. I don't know if it was good luck necessarily that you found my videos.
Bones for the bits.
Bones for the bits. Bits for the bits. But thanks for the $2. Cheers, Peak. Cheers and thanks. That's almost a hype train. Big thank you, though. For $2. As we move all of these boulders out of the way. And that's suspended. Alright, so... how am I going to do this? I need to put that there, but I also need a wall piece there and there. So I guess what I do is I put floor there. Orange? I thought you said you weren't going to do that again. We needed to have a talk. Thank you, Orange. For chucking out a sub to Liam. Streamer himself, actually. Bad Orange. No, not bad Orange. Just be smart. That's all. It's just one sub. It's just one sub. Not like I'm going to drop 100. See, here's the thing. Now that you've said that, I'm worried. For a lot of things. I mean, after yesterday, can you blame me? I mean, yeah, you do indeed need to pound that lemon cake. I mean, what? But also lemon pound cake is way better than peach cobbler. It's also more fun to say. Check's wallet for $700. Ay. It scares me how much those are. I'm not gonna lie. So I'm going to cheat. I'm going to move this whole thing down to here. I mean, this is $700 Canadian. Although I'm pretty sure a Founders Edition 3060 is like $1,300 up here in store. I don't know what you're insinuating I said, Quivenir, but I guess I'll quote that. Dude, I fucking love lemon pound cake, though. True story. Those are way too good. All right, that's quote 339. Lemon Poppy is also amazing. Can confirm Lemon Poppy is also amazing. There's a big drop at Best Buy tomorrow morning, apparently. This seems like a dangerous thing to look at. You're making you hungry. It's not quite lunchtime for me yet, so I'll be hungry in a little bit. Not there yet. We're getting there, though. We are indeed getting there, though. Yeah. No, Canadian dollars are not worth anywhere near as much as US dollars. But I probably wouldn't be able to afford to do this full time if I was paid in US dollars. Well, actually, these days, probably. But it would be significantly harder. The nice thing about getting paid in US dollars is it kind of covers my taxes automatically. Uh-oh. Hold on a second. King's upset. Probably... Let's do a bunch of that. Let's do a bunch of that. Get all that done. Just want to get this lower area sealed down here in case something spooky spawns. Cheers, guys, for the mini hype train. My father a lawyer? No? What? Oh, Quivenir's father. Tested positive for opium. Someone was using illegal, because like you're not allowed to use opium poppy seeds in like poppy seed muffins. Like that's not legal. In fact, technically you're not even supposed to grow opium poppies here, but I know someone who does. Technically you're not supposed to do it. Did it ever really stop anybody though? I mean, obviously you gotta... Alright, there we go. That'll seal us off and now we're safe again. Did they? I don't know. I haven't seen every single episode of Mythbusters, and I don't pretend to. I like Mythbusters. Mythbusters is great. And there we go. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to make this slightly wider. And just double check that this is clear. Might have to kind of go around that hole there, but that should be fine for this area. I'm just checking if this is the right size. So if this goes all the way down to here, yeah, that should be good. Obviously not going to exactly check, but we're just going to go straight down again. Because why would I check to see if this is accurate? Confirmed it tricks the drug test. Huh. Well, the more you know. Within half an hour of eating a large cake, while Jamie tested positive after 2 hours of consuming 3 bagels. Huh. It's just very small amounts of opium. Neat. Good for them, I guess. All right, chat. Any more talk about food, and I'm going to need to go get lunch early. Because you guys are making me hungry. I can't remember the last time I had a lemon poppy seed muffin. I think it was like pre-pandemic. As so much as it's successful at detecting the pot. Yeah, I mean, like, I guess if anything, it just proves that the drug tests are accurate. You're getting... Stop talking about food. Yeah, you guys are mean. You guys have no sympathy. For I am on a specific food schedule and I have to stick to it. Sheesh. You people make me sick. You know what you should do? Orange, you should macro that entire rant to pop it into chat every 3 to 4 seconds, one or two lines at a time. So you could just type in, "You people make me sick," and then just like macro that. A grilled cheese consists of the following items: cheese, bread with spread, usually butter, and this entire subreddit consists of melts. Almost every grilled cheese sandwich I see on here has other items added to it. The fact that this subreddit is called grilled cheese is nothing short of utter blasphemy. Let me start out by saying I have nothing against melts. I just hate their association with sandwiches, and that are not grilled cheeses. Adding cheese to your tuna sandwich? It's a melt! Hi, office. You can't hear me? Good.
everyone!
I like that. Adding cheese to your tuna sandwich. That's a melt. It's one of my favorite lines. Just added cheese to your tuna sandwich? It's a melt! I can actually get rid of this. We got enough storage in other places now.
Cheese for everyone!
You need an audio clip of that? Do you really, though? I mean, that's not original content. Unlike the ketchup rant, which is original content. What, adding cheese to your tuna sandwich, it's a melt? I mean, you go back and clip the fucking thing that I said, speed it up, and make it under like 5 seconds, and we'll see what we can do. You get to put the editing effort into that, though. I'm good. I'm good. Yeah. One of the fun things about uploading the Tarn Adams interviews is it going to get more or less views than the last interview I did? Because the last one I did got, like, close to 60,000 views at this point. So I'm really curious to see how the current one does. There's something about watching view graphs that I find incredibly satisfying. It's like, it's actually a problem. I could just stare at this all day and be super entertained by it. Although there also is something kind of scary about even when I'm not streaming and sitting quiet in my apartment that there's hundreds of people listening to my voice right now. Like, there's easily 50, 60 people just listening to the Tarn Adams interview right now. It's very weird. Graphs are nice. Oh, they are great. I love graphs. Yeah, it was also my highest earning video of all time. It was like $150 or so, which sounds like a lot of money, but also I put more than 15 hours worth of work into those interviews. So it's not even minimum wage. But, yeah, who's complaining? Not me. Only slightly. I don't know. I'd like one of those videos to get 100,000 views, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't know if that'll ever happen. That's kind of one of my goals for YouTube right now. I want one of my videos to get 100,000 views. I think my most viewed video on that YouTube channel is... I need to go look, because I don't actually know. Nice. 69,000 views. The original Steam DF News video. 69,000 views. The last interview I did got 58,000 views. Nice indeed. But an old YouTube channel I used to work on has a video that I edited that has 96,000 views and another video that I edited that has 137,000 views. Which is cool, but also kind of different. Because one of them's a DLC buyer's guide and the other one got embedded on motherboard. But I never got any of the ad revenue from that YouTube channel, so... Alright, all the king's demands are satisfied, which is good. It's you flipping a coin, right? Stone? I mean, I think it's Squug who's linked me at this channel a couple of times. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Yeah. This channel. This channel makes me feel like I'm making the wrong kind of content. Like, so, this channel, waffle falling over. It's a waffle. And it falls over. Like, that channel has like millions of views on videos like that. That video, the waffle falling over video, 10 million views. Lemon Muffin Tower, relevant to what we were talking about earlier, falling over. Wait for it. Like, makes me feel like I'm making the wrong kind of content. So don't feel bad. So if you want to ask about like what's the point of making a YouTube video or feeling like you made a not very good YouTube video, just remember that YouTube channel exists with 80,000 subscribers. Just remember that YouTube channel exists. So if you're ever feeling like, man, I'm making content that's not great, just remember that YouTube channel exists. Now there's pastries falling. It's called It's Tuesday, pilot. No, it's Monday. It feels like Tuesday, though. You want to read books written in hundreds of years about how many people spent time watching a Lemon Muffin Tower? I mean, nobody's spent time watching a Lemon Muffin Tower. Most people spend approximately 16 seconds watching a Lemon Muffin Tower. Ideally, even less time than that. Yes, this is true. Actually, here's a question. How many hours do you think people have spent watching my most recent Tarn Adams interview? 2,000 hours, according to this, actually. 2,000 hours people have spent watching the chat I had with Tarn. It's a lot of hours. Also, pilot, I hope your day at work is going well. Even if the closed captions are fucked. At the best of times. Yeah, no, you need to get a few views to get geographical data on your stuff, Stone. Although, I don't know. I just remind people that it took me literally years to start getting any views on anything, so. It's not like it was a quick thing. The king only wanted one. Yeah, we'll make you two anyway. You get a bonus. friend of mine, Neil, uploads like 5 videos of Train Simulator a day. He actually does real well. You accidentally swiped right on your... You should have super liked your cousin and said, yo, sup? I actually super liked an old manager I had from an old job. And she responded and was like, what the fuck? I was like, hi, how are you? Just wanted to say hello. Deleted Facebook. Oh, okay. She unmatched. I had no interest. It was just a... Oh, hi, Nadia. The internet's fun like that sometimes. It's even weirder when you're on a dating platform and you see somebody that you know in the background of a photo. It's like, how do you know this other person? It's like just smiling in the background. It's like, how do you know this how are you two friends? What? That's what really weirds me out. And I've seen that a couple times. And you noped out of that site immediately. Fair enough. Yeah, you don't really want to run into people that you know. Like, you don't really want to see your ex. It was a bus selfie? Really? That's actually kind of incredible. So it's a bus selfie where you just happened to be at the... Wow, okay. Yeah, that's kind of incredible. I guess that, like, the odds of that just goes to show that it's like, that's how frequently people can show up, or that's how frequently you're getting your photo taken, right? It's like, even if we don't want to, even if you don't want your photo taken, your photo's just getting taken all the damn time. What even is privacy anymore? So I rediscovered DivX recently. DivX was a disposable DVD. Man, that would have gone so well in the current year. A disposable DVD format made by Circuit City. And the whole concept was you would have a DivX player, a very specific DivX player. They'd be very cheap. And then you could, once you put it into the player, you'd have 48 hours to watch the whole movie. And after that 48-hour period, you wouldn't be able to watch the movie again. However, you could pay to have it recharged or pay to make it into a normal DVD, right? But the way it would do this is it would use a phone line to call home and confirm that the DVD is ready to be played. And that sparked privacy concerns in the late 90s about like people didn't really want their TVs using a phone line to confirm a code. And now that just seems so quaint. Like, genuinely now when I think about that, I'm like, man, that is so quaint. It's like, oh, you're afraid of your TV using the phone. How adorable. Like, I wish that was all devices did now. Was just, you know, would have been disturbed by Netflix. Oh, you bet they would have. I mean, I'm just disturbed by the fact that people were throwing DVDs out. Not even. I mean, it's watching what you watch, I guess, but... And now TVs just have, like... What was that brand of TV that just straight up had, like, microphones built in to, like, customize ads to you, and the reason their TVs were so cheap was because they were literally just, like, recording everything you were saying? What fucking TV was that? I remember that being, like, a pretty big deal a couple years ago. But there was, like, one particular brand of TV that suddenly out of nowhere, everybody was like, don't buy this TV! 'Cause it's literally just listening to you. You got a Tinder like? I'm so sorry. I mean, good job. Good for you, I guess. Some TVs have gesture recognition. I've seen that, and that creeps me out a little bit. But it creeps me out for the same reason that, like, the fucking Xbox Kinect creeped me out. How do you know? She might have a lovely personality, Orange. I mean, yeah, that's pretty ugly. Definitely an unmatched there. Who the fuck puts that in a dating profile? I guess the same sort of person that puts, I refuse to get vaccinated in a dating profile. Which I've seen. A couple of times, actually. Vizio! Right, yeah, it was, maybe it was Vizio? I can't remember. But, I don't know, it was like one of the brands that's commonly found at Walmart. And it caused a huge stink when, like, they had the cheapest smart TV on the market. And then it shortly after was made public that the reason they were the cheapest smart TV on the market was because they were literally just recording and filming basically everything that was happening in the room. Although that being said, good for Vizio catching some drug cartels, I guess? If it sounds too good to be true, it's probably too good to be true. Yes. Can confirm. This is generally a pretty accurate statement to be made. There we go. That'll be enough. You know, Orange, I know it might sound like blasphemy, right? But if I were to actually give you some advice, it would be stay off of Tinder for a bit. You just got out of a pretty rough relationship from what it sounds like. It's actually, even though it might sound like blasphemy, not a bad thing to just kind of be alone for a little bit. In my experience, of course. Maybe avoid Tinder for a month. It's good for you. Give it a bit of time. You won't listen to me, but that's okay. I just needed to say that out loud. Gun Vakasar says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? Also, you want to keep finding toxic, bad relationships that are incredibly poor for your mental health? Keep using Tinder. Terrible, terrible, terrible platform. That's a line Pilot will understand. I mean, I had this discussion yesterday. I treat Tinder like an entertainment app. I don't consider it a dating app. Tinder is literally window shopping for pretty people that I can't afford and will never afford. I get some entertainment out of it, but that's about it. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Aripterus, how are you? Good to see you. Hope you've been well. Surviving the heat, I hope. It's literally window shopping for rich people I can't afford. Or people who are posing as rich people that I can't afford. Regardless, it comes back to the first problem. Problem A, I can't afford them. And then usually when I do actually talk to them, it's, you have nothing in common anyway. Good to hear, Repturus. Every now and again we get a dwarf dedicating an artifact to you. It's not super common these days, but every now and again. It does happen. I'll tell you this. The best thing that I ever did after going through a rough breakup was completely disconnecting and dissociating from social media for about 2 months. All social media. Twitter, to an extent Discord. I deleted my Facebook account, uninstalled all dating apps after trying them out for a bit. Just disconnected from all of that stuff. Because none of it helped. It all just made shit worse. And you know, every person's different and different things work for different people. Oh, that merchant finally died. No offense to that merchant, but this merchant has been like really depressed in the fort for a really long time, so it was inevitable. So I don't know. Maybe not a terrible idea to take a break from that app for a bit. But you don't need to take my advice. I just needed to say it. Didn't even have much clothing. Need another ballista arrow. That, and in order for Tinder to actually even remotely work, you need to throw so much money at it that it's just a fucking waste. Which is disturbing, frankly. Why is my mom texting me? What? Weird. Terrible, terrible platform. Simple as that. But, you know, I've also been single for 2 years, and I'm probably not the person to take dating advice from, so do what you think is best. Welcome back, Bastet. Because I've threatened them. I don't know. I think the game only sends one treasure at a time. But they trade with me because I threatened them. And demanded tribute. Not because they like me. Sorry about all the rambling about dating, but I do think that Tinder should be illegal. As somebody who uses that app, I think it should be illegal. Terrible, terrible, terrible piece of shit garbage trash app. So we should be able to burrow a lot quicker now. Because instead of going on an angle, we're just going to be going straight up and down. Just going to speed things up considerably. Welcome back to the fold, Psycon. Why'd you bounce off the first time? Or the last time, rather? Just huge disclaimers would do? I think a disclaimer of dating apps don't make money finding you good life partners. Dating apps make money keeping you using the dating app. Should be a disclaimer that every single dating app has. Well, actually, dating apps make money two ways. Keeping you using the dating app, which is the opposite of what you want from a dating app, and getting you to throw money at the dating app via microtransactions. Those are the two ways those apps make money. Advertising is a minimal amount of money. Harvesting data and selling it is the real money. There's not a lot of ads on those apps. I mean, there's some, but not a lot. That is not their cash cow. So. Or rather, how about this, Renee? I think the current form of those dating apps should be illegal. Basically, as you said, with those huge disclaimers. Because currently they don't have any disclaimers of the sort, right? I think in order for them to continue to exist, they should have disclaimers, and the current format of them existing should be illegal. But, you know, here we are. Mostly time to dedicate yourself. 28 your son was very little when you started the first time, and it was difficult to spend a decent amount of time with it and get yourself familiar with it. Ah, that's fair. Teach your son to play. Then you'll have lots of time to play. Let's make it your son's favorite video game. I feel like little kids with an active imagination would love DF. I've seen a Black Mirror episode about that. There is a Black Mirror episode about that. It's not pretty. And I mean, you probably already know this, but you don't want that. You really, really, really don't. I mean, we've had that in the past. It's just not done with technology. It's called arranged marriages. I mean, it doesn't even need to be state-sponsored, Renee. Just marriage? No thanks. Doesn't even need to be state-sponsored. It's just, sorry, you lost me at marriage. I don't know. This subject's disturbing. I'm gonna go take a leak. Back in a sec. I'm trying to figure out where the fuck do we go from here and how do we change the subject. And I'm kind of out of ideas, so I'm open to suggestions. Because I just really don't want to talk about this. It's not a fun subject, it's just fucking disturbing. Even thinking about the concept. The advice on good beers. I'm like years out and only know local shit. So it's like, I don't know. I don't know. Also, advice on good beers is not a question nor a subject. If someone asks a question, I can offer assistance, but that's about it. I need an actual, like, prompt to discuss that. You've been enjoying your Switch undocked more recently? Why is that? Why have you been enjoying it more undocked recently? About it, the Reign of Terror? You probably saw the comment that I was referring to yesterday. I talked about that quite a bit. That's something that I've been thinking about doing for a while, actually. I just brought it up because someone actually commented about it. I was thinking about maybe doing a 100-year fort of Terror, but I want Longdeath to be further in before I do that. I mean, there's two other, like, weird experiment forts that I want to do. I want to see if I can get a population of 1,000. First 500, then 1,000. And make my actual game run at more than a frame a second. Probably unlikely with 1,000, but 500, we'll see. And Reign of Terror for 100 years is another thing I kind of want to do. The thing with Reign of Terror, though, is it would probably end up looking a whole lot like Scorched Fountain. I mean, not that that's a bad thing, but in bed doing puzzle games is a fun 5-minute thing while watching Baby Goes to Sleep. Yeah, fair. Yeah, I could see that. That's probably all I'd use a Steam Deck for if I had one. Entail, be evil, do the evil things, go to war with everybody. Instead of the way I'm keeping this fort alive, which is, you know, be peaceful and calm and trade with everybody. Your PC melts when you think about it? I mean, your PC doesn't melt. Dwarf Fortress will never use more than 16% of your CPU. So it's not gonna, like, damage your computer. The game might lock up, though. Everybody's choosing to text me today. Now my friend's texting me. What the heck's going on? I feel like I'm really gonna enjoy the Steam Deck. I hope the reviews are good and then you'll sink money on it. Okay. No, not even remotely related. This friend who's texting me doesn't watch Twitch. Generally, I try and have real-life friends who don't watch Twitch because, you know, who wants to hang out with real-life friends that just want to talk to you about your fucking job? It's the worst. Generally, people who just want to talk to me about Twitch-related things or Twitch advice don't stay friends very long because I don't really want to hang out with them. Few exceptions, but generally... where you can freeze various drinks and make a Slurpee fortress? I don't think that'll work as well as you imagine. Soap bar you could do. But I don't think there's any way to freeze drinks and make blocks out of them. I understand. Do you work on computers all day, Renee? If you work on computers all day, then yeah, I can understand that. I mean, like, when I'm done streaming, the last thing I want to do is go, you know, play more games. Which is why I don't understand how some streamers I know will stream for 8 hours and then end stream and then go play an MMO or something. I'm like, I don't know how you do that. Maybe I'm just some fake gamer, but... Or a software engineer? Okay, I got you. It's got to be like 30% of my audience is software engineers. There we go. We're finally working on those. Like I said, 30% of my audience is software engineers. If I had $1 for every Danish software engineer who watched this stream, I think I would have like $5. It's very specific, I know. Stunt double. Now you guys just gotta change your names to the same thing, but like mirrored, and so you could be like Wild Pick and then PY or KYPDLARW, and then have the same color. It's human as fuck. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. The funny thing is I knew both of you were Dutch. So I kind of threw out that red herring there. Although it wasn't really a red herring. What's the opposite of a red herring? Red herring is like a decoy, so then what's the opposite of a decoy? Clue? I don't know. The opposite of a red herring is joy? Excuse me? Or are you talking about the humidity? Oh, that's like nothing. We've had significantly worse than that. That does suck, don't get me wrong, but like when you were saying it's really high humidity, I was thinking it was like 70 plus. Because recently we've had a few days over here where it's been like 25 to 30 C and then 75+% humidity, which is like weirdly high for here, and it sucks. So, but you have my sympathies. I know what that's like. Wait, hold on a second. Am I doing this wrong? Okay, no, that is wrong. I mean, it's 70 plus C, but what does C equal then? Because, like, if we're doing math, then that's not quite how math works. No, it's been like 25 to 30 C plus 70+% humidity. Plus 70+% humidity. God. Fuck all these numbers. Oh boy. So chat, right now, currently, we only have up until 8 years for Twitch partner sub badges, right? Twitch just increased them to 10 years. 10 years. You can now make 10 years worth of sub badges. Guess I need to think about making some more sub badges. Not that I actually need them up to 10 years, because, you know, we're not even really at 5 yet, but, like, still. So I gotta think about them. What COVID charge are we talking about? I'm confused. Well, I mean, Man vs. Game has 120-month resubs on his channel. So you can figure out how many years that is. There's a few people that have subs that old. I had an account in the Justin TV days. I just made a new account because I didn't like my username. My username was very adolescent and very childish, so I made a new one. It was just like super edgelord. I'm an emo fucking 14-year-old style username. No, I'm not going to tell you what it was, but I didn't want it anymore, so. Go watch Man vs. Game, and you'll see higher than 80. Just got to watch some old channels. You'll find them. They exist. No, you made the current account that you're on in 2013, Softlight. Okay, not that immature. Also, you're not allowed to use the word ass in your username, even on Justin TV. I mean, okay, so it was an edgy emo kid name, not a I'm a sex offender name. Jesus, man. You think you're so fucking funny. Pathetic. Pathetic. I will say this. There were no X's in or 69s in my old username. Actually, there was no numbers in it either. But I won't tell you what the old username is, because I think that account still exists. Unless someone took that username. I don't know why they would. Your favorite was fucking was talking Fipos. That's pretty good. Talking Fipos. That yeah, that deserves like an award for something. No, you know what? I'm not going to say anything else about my, my old username, because you guys are all going in the complete wrong direction, but if I give you any clues, you'll figure it out, so. Although I did play RuneScape under the username R2D2666 for a while, and my friend was C3PO1337, so... You know, we were really cool 12-year-olds. That's a username I don't mind outing. What, that I was R2D2? Or that it was my friend's idea? He was like, yo, I'm C3PO 1337. What if you made R2D2666? And I was like, that it was Star Wars? Oh, well, I mean, it was the right age category and the right era. Fucking Battlefront 2 had just come out. Click your username on Twitch. Click the username. We'll give you a little cake. So my current Twitch account was made in March 1st, 2012. Which is actually pretty old, even by Twitch standards. I wasn't playing Dwarf Fortress in the RuneScape days back when I played RuneScape Nebel Roy. Because I didn't start playing Dwarf Fortress until like 09. And even then, I didn't really start playing Dwarf Fortress until like 2017, so. I ran into somebody with a Justin TV account relatively recently on Twitch, whose username was literally just Pikachu. And I'm still very, very, very impressed that someone was able to just get Pikachu. Like, that to me is just really, really, really impressive. You think that's a BTTV plugin? I don't think so. but clicked on your username. Account created November 4th, 2012. Which means my account is like half a year older than yours. Ha! Take that, Orange. With the name Wikipedia? Wow. Wow, that also is kind of impressive. I'm kind of surprised they let them have it, actually. I really want to get the username Blind off the person who has the username Blind, but the reason I will never get it is because they literally have in their profile, yes, I use this account. No, I'm not selling it. No, you can't have my username. So obviously they get the request a lot. And now there's also I think he's still active, professional Fortnite player who goes by the name Blind publicly, has @Blind on Twitter, and has the Twitch username BlindBTW. Also, we have a brand new baby girl. If anybody would like to be a brand new baby girl in Z Fortress. So that guy tried to get Discord to give him my my Discord server because he wanted the join code blind. And I was just like, yeah, nah. Yeah, nah. Also, Orange, do you want to be a little brand new baby girl? What do you think? I feel like I owe you a baby girl after yesterday. Orange. I don't know. How many dwarves have you had previously? Must be 2? I think it's Orange 2. I might be wrong there. She is the daughter of Lorbam and Caveman Crafting II. A faithful worshipper of Ashen and a casual worshipper of Ingush, the Embraced Roses. Born today, which makes her very young indeed. Her hair is clean-shaven, her nose bridge is concave, and her cobalt eyes have thin irises. Her hair is somewhat short, and her ears are somewhat short, not her hair. And her hair is a crew, and her skin is sandy taupe. She personally sees merrymaking as a waste and dreams of creating a great work of art. Da, she says. Da. She has an incredibly calm demeanor, a strong tendency towards privacy, and is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in appearance or culture. Does not trust others and is quite polite. Sometimes acts with a little determination and confidence and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. She is quite ambitious and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others and is rarely happy or enthusiastic. Enjoys the company of others, needs alcohol to get through the working day. Welcome to the fortress. Orange 2. The prettiest of princesses. We shall continue dumping boulders. She's already a dwarf of many words. Saying da. My stray cougar has given birth to another cougar. It's a good thing they don't do that in real life. There's jokes. There's layers to that joke. Nah, I mean, in order to become the princess, she would have need to be the daughter of the king. And the king's not married and has had no kids, so. Orange 2. Candy edition. Yeah, I mean, I always get a little bit of amusement out of that. We're into late summer already. It's almost fall. When you get a genius baby in Crusader Kings, it's like, wow, that's a smart baby. Yeah, kind of. I mean, it's not too far off. I mean, they're just traits, right? Very similar thing. Yep, the Council of Men are probably already on their way. I like how Osman is still just like setting the upper caverns on fire. Still just setting the upper caverns on fire. You know, Quivanir, this would be 1,000 times better if that was Nicolas Cage. If that was Nicolas Cage, this would be a quality meme. Instead, it's just kind of confusing. Yep, still alive. I think the beetle died. Although the beetle died off screen because he's missing. Only partly until they're adults. I don't know. I get a weird amount of enjoyment for just like, oh, you're a infant, but you have this incredibly developed, detailed personality. I find that oddly amusing. Let's just remove dump on that. Remove that. And remove this zone. And claim all these. Got me with what? That it's not Nicolas Cage? I don't know if that's a hot gotcha. It's just like a weird wannabe Nicolas Cage. Look-alike thingy. Nikki. Nikki Lage. Yeah, there you go. Or like Kickless Lage. It's pinned. It's 20-something. We were very close to 2077, but didn't quite hit 2077, and we were very sad. I mean, that's a real person. That's just Nicolas Cage in a bad mood. Yeah, we pinned the high scores, Peak, so you can go check. But it is... Yeah, 2076 was the all-time high. The most recent high was 1409. That's too many. Nope. Thought I was off by one. And even broke our count. Yeah, stupid thing bugged out our counting. How dare it. Although I think I'm going to be looking for things to blame on Cyberpunk for a while. Nothing against the game itself in particular. It's just an easy target. I mean, you could just give them no personality until they become a child. Move from an infant to being, like, gain the ability to walk, then you just expose that bit, but I don't know. I kind of like them having super advanced infant personalities. I kind of like that. I find it funny. I mean, like, if you read, say, Orange's description as, she has an incredibly calm demeanor, and she has a strong tendency towards privacy. and she is made deeply uncomfortable by different appearances and appearance or culture. So right, that's a line I could read, right? Or I could read it like this: she has an incredibly calm demeanor. She sleeps a lot because she's a baby. She has a strong tendency towards privacy. She cries when other people are in the room that's not mommy. She is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in appearance or culture. If someone who doesn't look like mommy walks in the room, she gets scared. She does not trust others. Well, obviously, she only trusts mommy, maybe daddy. She is quite polite. Doesn't cry a lot. She sometimes acts with little determination or confidence. It's going to take her a little bit longer to learn to walk than most babies. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. Much more interested in playing with toy blocks than playing with a toy furnace. She has much more interested in playing with toy blocks than action figures. There we go. She is quite ambitious, so she really wants to learn to walk, and she doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She is messy when she eats her food. She has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others. She really loves her mommy and is rarely happy or enthusiastic, so she cries a lot. She enjoys the company of, or maybe complains a lot, I guess. She enjoys the company of others, so she's okay with being around others and needs alcohol to get through the working day. It's all about how you read it, right? Like, if you read it like an adult, then yes, it's going to sound weird. But if you read it in the context of being a baby, they do kind of make sense, and they do change and evolve as they grow up. Their experiences will change their personal tendencies and opinions. So, I don't know. Stop saying your life story in a nutshell. I mean, it's all, like I said, it's all about how you read it. Investments are open. Heads up, chat. Any dwarves dying of age? Not for a little bit still. I did have a dwarf go insane, though. Quevenair was shocked and appalled at the fact that there wasn't a currently named Socksmell in the fort. I should make a statue some point of every single dwarf named Socksmell. Man, shit's just on fire down here. It's a troll on fire specifically. That troll is on fire. That troll is on fire. Alright, there's Osman. Still alive. Still around. Still doing weird fireball things. Yeah, just one statue with like 45 dwarves on it. Now you have to go and post it on /r/OneTrueGod. Quevenair. Now you have to go post it on /r/OneTrueGod. Dwarves makes you wonder if there was any organisms which are semi-dependent on alcohol to function. Well, time for a Google search, eh? Pre-Alcoholics Anonymous. Pre-Alcoholics Anonymous, all humans. Most pirates? Although with pirates, I think it's more of a needs alcohol to get over the crippling PTSD of all the violence they've seen. That's just sad. You already did. As you should. Posted it on OneTrueGod, I assume. Also, we started slaughtering those cougars, as we should be. You know, chat, I really like video games. There's a lot of really bad video games. Like, I really, really, really enjoy video games. There's a lot of really, really, really bad video games out there. I don't know why I only just came to this conclusion, but it's like this weird eureka moment that I just had. There's a lot of really bad video games. There's a lot of really bad video games. Superman 64 is good in comparison to some of these video games. Before Pirates of the Caribbean? I'll bet you there's a Google Analytics page for that. I don't know. I definitely owned a pirate ship Fisher-Price toy before Pirates of the Caribbean growing up. I also owned Pirates Lego before Pirates of the Caribbean. Has a lot of bad apples for all the good ones. You are correct, yeah. You had a Lego pirate ship? Yeah, boy. That was the good shit. Love that stuff. Those Lego kits sell for a lot of money now, new in box. Sid Meier's Pirates was also a thing. Yeah, I played that. Played that. You don't think Pirates became more popular? I think they briefly became very popular when the first Pirates of the Caribbean came out. And then they continued making Pirates of the Caribbean movies, and then they rapidly became less popular. Yeah, I think Johnny Depp... Yeah, I think Captain Jack Sparrow became more like the default idea of a pirate instead of the annual tributes have come. I think Jack Sparrow became the default idea of a pirate more so than pirates actually becoming more popular. It's more like now when a lot of people think of pirates, they just think of Jack Sparrow's character. The character Jack Sparrow instead of thinking of pirates. Me and a friend of mine found a very not legal version of the in PDF format of the Warhammer rule sets, and we approximated Warhammer 40,000 units out of Lego kits, and played Warhammer 40,000 on Lego terrain and Lego kits that Lego that we would build. One of my favorite bands, Iron Cobra, is called the Somali Yacht Club, which is a wonderful name for a band. The Somali Yacht Club. They're great, though. Really, 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 really good Doom stoner stuff. Highly recommend them. You know, there's things that I do with my stream now that I do just for style points. It's like, is there any reason for me to switch to this scene ever? Nah. They must get hijacked a lot? Nah. Well, then also, if that's the case. Can't find the sticker. Look up Sergeant Thunderhoof to show off my mugs. I literally have only used one mug for like a year. Thanks for the 10 bits for the style points. Cheers. Oh boy. Yeah. Battle Masters game set? Fair enough, yeah. It looks kind of swag, though. I don't think it's ever been described as swag. Another good band is Nod, but they're just weird. Spelled like that. I'd give Spotify links, but I don't currently actually have a Spotify account set up, so. Oh, also, literally just bought the LP for this. Oh, Stone's ready for me to scroll, so I'll scroll. Literally just bought the LP for this. I didn't pay anything for the mug. Literally nothing for the Discord mug because I'm a Discord partner, so they send me free Discord shit every so often. Which is why we have the counting room, so that I keep that. But I bought the LP for that on vinyl, specifically because there was one left, and it was pink. And I was like, that's a rad-looking album cover. And it's pink. And it was affordable. And had cheap shipping, so I bought it. So... I made that thing sell out. All me. Because I bought the last one. I mean, it was swag, but I've never had anybody say it looks swag. It's also a pretty good album. So, you know, there's that. But I'm a real big fan of, like, very heavy fuzz rock right now. Listen to way too much of that stuff. Yeah, it seems to be. I mean, he's still walking. Yep. Definitely a snail this season. We've got a ways to go. But we're getting there. One layer at a time. Evening, cutest. How are we? Neighbors must hate you. Electric Wizard is great. So is like Sleep and all those bands. But have you ever listened to Dope Throne? Not the Wizard album, but the band Dope Throne. Because Dope Throne is really fucking good. Trans-Canadian Anger is my fave on that one. Trans-Canadian Anger. Just because it's such a good title. And it makes me think of the Trans-Canada Highway, which is just funny to me. Because that's a mad fucking highway. Not really, this is more grunge, but another band I listen to a lot of is this. Also listen to a lot of Weed Pecker. Really, really like Weed Pecker. You hear goats, you hear sheep. It's because I have a medieval village farm generator sound thing. You never noticed that before? I've literally been using this for the last like 80 episodes of this. You've definitely been here when I've had it running before. Trying to think of other random bands to recommend that I like. I mean, this isn't music, but... I mean... Carbon-based life forms is real good. Not really ambient, but super chill when it comes to chill music. You remember music? I stopped doing music after about episode 20. It feels like anyway. It hasn't been that long. I'm trying to think. What was the name of that band? It's been easily like 50 episodes of just noise generators. Oh, Snailman finally made it. Oh, this is one that I need to buy on vinyl but never have. The Samsara Blues Experiment. Long Distance Trip specifically is such a fucking good album. That's an extremely good vibe, that album. Also, pretty good album art. That is not Twitch stream safe. Stone Jesus? I listened to a little bit of Stone Jesus. A little bit. I'm amazed that you've heard of Samsara, but you haven't heard of Somali Yacht Club. I'm actually a little bit impressed by that. I was like, most people who listen to Samsara also listen to Somali. So that's interesting to me. Kind of surprising, you could say. Do you listen to any Lucid Planet? Lucid Planet is fun because they're just like, yo, we're like Stoner Doom, but also we have a wall of synthesizers. Are they a bit higher than usual? They're where I've had it the past week. Dwarves have arrived to trade. Seems to check out. Yeah, that's probably me. Yeah, that's probably me. I really dislike Stoned Meadow of Doom on YouTube just because the guy that runs that YouTube channel is an absolute dickhead. But I do recommend underrated albums on YouTube, though. Also, this is a really good deep cut bit of stoner music. I could probably get away with playing that album too, but I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. Information has been added to the Civilization and World Info. A request you have of our merchants. That band is great because it's a solo project. It's just one person. But the neat thing about him is it's just a side project. He's a audio producer. He's got his name on a lot of pretty well-known stoner albums, but he just quietly like puts out his own music under that name, Fluid Age. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes shall rise and fall together. So that album is what got me into stoner music, though, I would say. Now I just really want to listen to Fluid Age. God damn it. Yeah, also through Stone Medal of Doom and 666 Mr. Doom, you'd also find things like the Truck Fighters, and you'd probably find like Electric Octopus and bands like that as well. There's a lot of really good stuff out there. It's just a matter of finding it and locating it. Although recently I've been listening to a lot more jazz than stoner stuff, so. Although I think that the two of those kind of go hand in hand in a lot of ways. Okay, so Electric Octopus is incredible. And the reason Electric Octopus is incredible is because they're a jam rock band. So their albums are like 4 hours long. Dragonfire, thanks for the raid. Cheers, man. How was the forts? I saw you streaming earlier. Hope the DF was going well. Bye, Jax, what's up? Yellow Cosmic Sun. Hey, Dragonfire. How's things? We're just doing Longdeath stuffs, digging deeper, building glass, making stuff. The usual. Oh, hey, Nosferatu. You had a artifact dedicated to you today. Nosferatu. I think I'm going to sell these because those are all damaged bins. It's going to take a while to sell them, though. How's Longdeath going? Nothing super interesting has happened today. It was pretty chill. We had another baby, which is good. It's the highest population we've had in a while. But yeah, we're just talking about like music and such. And I, of course, had to recommend Electric Octopus to people. To anybody who just stumbled into my channel from the first time. If you don't know me, I do way too much DF stuff. And because most of the people were already here, you guys should go follow Dragonfire. Go watch some other Dwarf Fortress things. I don't think I have any active mods, so. There you go. Go follow Dragonfire. Watch some more DF. Babies are indeed necessary, yeah. Babies are indeed necessary. Oh, hey, Nosferatu. Yes, I do believe it was another one of your kids. Hold on, I can double check, though. Nope, it wasn't another one of your kids. But you had another kid yesterday, which I think was Windatar? Yes. You had another kid yesterday. So you now have 3 children. Nosferatu. 3. It's a pretty good score, I would say. I'm going to slaughter some cougar cubs, because I'm a horrible person. You've been busy? I mean, one of your kids punched an owl's throat, and the throat exploded. You should be proud. JQBX, without even knowing much about any artist you discovered? Huh. What's with those excellent brats? I mean, nothing. You should just be proud. That's a pretty good, like, fist for a child. Making the neck of a thing explode. But yeah, no, I really, really, really like Electric Octopus because there's something really nice about just sitting down and having, like, 3 hours worth of music for one album, and each song is like 30 to 40 minutes of just dudes plunking away at their guitars and jamming out. It's great. It's great. It's great. Frankly, who doesn't want that? 34% terrified. I mean, you just don't let your own child punch you in the throat and you're fine, right? Just don't let your own child punch you in the throat. And you are A-okay. Don't get punched in the throat by your child is my life advice for today. Courtesy of twitch.tv/blindrill. Meow. Dwarves are all taking stuff to stockpiles, which is good. Still working sand. Let's make more glass blocks so that we can keep going deeper. Because we are all the way down to here, and this is going to be a giant glass lava lamp eventually. There's a reason I don't think I'll ever have kids, you and me both. You and me both. Don't give me too much credit. Dragonfire. Don't give me too much credit. The problem is now I just want to sit here and fucking... Also, I forgot the name of the YouTube channel that this is on. The Bong Druid of Mammoth Weed Mountain. It's a definitely not a stoner music YouTube channel. Should take you to the right place, I think. And I'm really bad at taking compliments, Psycon. You should know this by now. Like, I am exceptionally terrible at taking compliments. Like, it's actually impressive how bad I am at taking compliments. People compliment me and I'm just like, what? Brain no compute. That's why you enjoy it so much? Okay, well. At least you get enjoyment out of something that I do. I always do that, Dragonfire. Like, literally, I raid somebody and I'm gone within a couple minutes, usually, because the last thing I want to do is keep sitting at my computer because I've just been streaming for 10 hours. Go do what you gotta do. Go take care of dinner. It's not thanks, I guess. It's usually, what's wrong with you? That you think I'm such a miracle, when in reality, I'm like a tragedy. But, you know, we all have warped opinions of ourselves, right? It doesn't matter how much positive reinforcement I get, I still think it's just, I don't know. The reason to raid is because you want to stop sitting behind your PC tech currently. I mean, or you're trying to gain exposure off of somebody else's clout. You just pissed off one of your friends? So what you're saying is it's Monday. I'll have our overly negative inner voice. Yep. Yeah, you could say that again. That is the truth. Definitely the truth. How do you manage to have such a non-stop dramatic life all the time? Either you're making 99% of it up, or you have way too many friends and need to stop hanging out with so many people. Like, I don't understand how you function. You try to change the name from a size from 11 ounce to 2XL. Does it have t-shirt sizes? You have too many friends? See, I don't have any friends. That's the difference. I have people that I know. No, it's like, well, okay, here's the thing. I hate the term introvert, and I also hate the term extrovert. Having labels associated with you is the most limiting factor you could give a person. Don't fucking do that. Especially to me. But I know a lot of people. There are very few people I actually consider friends. Yes, people work differently, right? But I'm trying to explain how I work. I know a lot of people. I know more people than most people, right? I just consider very few of them actual friends. I have maybe 3 people that I know personally that I see on a relatively frequent basis or talk to on a relatively frequent basis that I consider friends. Outside of that, there's a lot of people that I know and a lot of people that I'll hang out with sometimes. Sports! Cigarette. Wiener dog. Anyway, what's up, Picture Point? I like how I just made Picture Point a massive Viagra Boys fan. By the way, Viagra Boys, slow learner. It's fucking bop. Dumbest name for a band on earth, but God, such a good song. Cigarette. Also, I Ain't Nice. Pretty good song. Pretty good song. No, it's just, I guess kind of the point that I was getting to before I got very distracted by the sports comment, is that I think that the internet, Facebook, social media, and a lot of that stuff focuses us on, instead of focusing on the people that we know really well, trying to maintain more relationships than we are physically capable of maintaining. There was a study going on around recently about how many people we are capable of knowing without breaking down a little bit. And it's not that large a number. And I think that there's a real like, yes, it's okay to be aware of people and know a lot of people. Like, I know a shit ton of people. But if I thought of them all as friends, that would be an impossible task to actually keep up. Because I don't know any of them well enough to consider any of them friends. I know a lot of people. I don't have a lot of friends. And it's not that I'm a social butterfly. It's not that I'm an introvert. It's not that I'm an extrovert. It's just, I really think about who I know well enough to consider a friend. Whereas a lot of people just refer to everybody that they know as a friend. It's like, well, is that a friend actually? Or is that... Yeah, it's like 150. It's like, do you actually have that many friends? Do you actually know that many people? Should you actively be trying to take part in that many people's lives? Because if so, I mean, more power to you, but fuck, that sounds exhausting. Sure, but I don't think a human is worth using shorthand on. Does that make sense, Neville Roy? Meeting people with the intention of friendship is weird/hard. It's like nobody wants to actually make friends that are just going through life. Yeah, it's really difficult to make friends as an adult too. Robotic Ronald. People use words differently too. Mm-hmm. But like, if you label me with things, I will be offended, right? And there are people that try and label everybody with things. Yes, people use words differently. And yes, people have different capacity for different things. All people are different. That's why this is a discussion and not me trying to educate somebody. Right? To me, it's like there's a very narrow, small group of people that I actually know. And I'm just baffled at how the heck Orange can operate, because how do you know that many people, and how do you constantly get into positive and negative arguments and discussions with people that you know? Like, that's ridiculous to me. I'm about 11 Z levels further down than I was yesterday. This is all the music that I would be playing on stream if Twitch didn't shoot streams out of the fucking sky for playing stuff on... Well, rather, if Universal Music Group and Sony Music didn't shoot streams out of the sky for playing music on Twitch. Imagine all of the free music promotion you would get, record labels. I mean, on average, 1,000 unique people type in my channel every day, right? On average, like 2,000 to 3,000 unique individuals watch my stream. And I get like 800 to 900 people typing in my channel every day. I don't talk to anybody regularly. But, you know, maybe that's a problem with me. You know, I don't know. Who are you, Socks? So yeah, I don't know. It's just maybe my takes are completely inaccurate and people should just take them with a grain of salt, which is maybe the probable optimal thing to do here. But I don't know. I don't like you either, Socks. Yeah. I can't do that with a straight face. I'm sorry. I mean, like, here's the thing, right? The vast majority of people that I've talked to about stuff like this, Neville Roy, find comfort in labels. I think that, and I see this a lot, especially with, like, the generation after me or Zoomers or whatever the fuck you want to call them. Where it's like, I was born as part of the last generation before smartphones, right? Before social media. And I remember what life was like before social media and before smartphones. People that were born after social media and after smartphones live in a world where everybody has a degree of anonymity on most portions of the internet. So most of the internet, let's just say Reddit, for example, or Tumblr, or whatever the fuck the site that replaced Tumblr was called. Sites like that, not sites like Facebook. Even Twitter, you have a degree of anonymity because you're just a username, right? Like, yes, they have all your personal shit, and yes, they're harvesting your data, but to a degree, you are a username, right? You lose all of your personality, you lose all of your uniqueness, and you cease being a human. You are just a username. And when that was new, in the 90s and the early 2000s and the early days of the internet, that was a novelty. Because before then, you were always you in person, right? With people. Then we gained anonymity on the internet. We have that in Twitch chat too. You gain anonymity. You stop being a person and you become a username or a character that you are playing the role of. Now we've flipped that, where anonymity is scary and people want to appear unique. So the way people compensate for being anonymous is by adding as many labels to themselves that are as generic and obvious as possible. This is why I find labels terrifying, because you are distilling a complex human personality down to its most basic fundamentals of, I am outgoing, I am private, I know a lot of people, I have a lot of friends, I keep to myself. And that scares the piss out of me. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. It's one of the scariest things to me about the internet, is the fear of anonymity and the I need to stand out on the internet. And like a lot of this is caused by kids in high school right now. And it's why you have things popping up and people with who need mental help, or people who have maybe undiagnosed problems that they're unaware of, then super overcompensating with that. And it's fucking with people's heads to an insane degree, to the point where it is genuinely terrifying. So that's why I'm iffy and cautious about labels and don't like having labels assigned to me, because you are dissociating from the human that that person is and associating with labels and name tags. That too. I've known people that have changed quite considerably after getting heavily into a certain social media platform, any social media platform, purely based on they start associating themselves with labels and start acclimating and becoming like that. It is easily the scariest part of the internet for me. So, I don't know. It's just that's why I'm iffy about things like referring to myself as an introvert, because I'm absolutely not an introvert. I'm also not extroverted. I have my friends and I value them. Do I need a lot more friends? Not really. Would I like to know more people? Sure. Do I know a lot of people? Yeah. Do I have a lot of friends? No. But those personality quirks shouldn't be limited down to just simple labels. Yep. And they're using it as marketing. They're selling you a personality. Isn't that fun? No, it's like, I think that there are some labels on the internet that are extremely helpful. Things like pronouns are incredibly useful, especially in more personal social medias, like more closed Discord circles. It's really nice to have labeled pronouns so that you know how to refer to people. Like that I think is a helpful thing. But I think that there is natural extremes that people take that sort of stuff to that make the internet a lot more difficult and scarier. Well, it's not that you've misunderstood what introvert or extrovert means, but they're both extremes, right? It's like calling someone a communist or a Nazi. Those are extremes, right? You can agree with a few things to do with communism and also have some centrist views and not be either of those things. It's like calling someone an extreme version of a thing. And that just pushes people more towards a specific extreme opinion. Also, Captain A. Jones, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Enjoy the dwarfs and the beers and shit. Can I get a big round of beers, which you're already on, so cheers, chat. Like, yeah, that's an extreme example, but, like, that's kind of what it is to a degree. It's like, what is the most extreme personality quirk of someone's social interest? And that's what social media does. It takes you, it puts you into a box, it assigns you labels, and it pushes you away from people who don't have the same labels as you. That's making it harder to talk to people. Which is why, like, social media is actually having a negative effect on our ability to be social. Oh, it's 1,000% worsening. It's 1,000% worsening. You found me through YouTube. I recognize your name. I've seen it around before. I don't know where from. But cheers. But I'm glad that you liked the interviews specifically. Those are some of the best work I've ever done. Admittedly, the stuff I do with Tarn gets the most eyeballs, but I put a ton of effort into the other interviews as well. I wish more people watched them. A lot of people are watching the Odd Realm video right now, though, because I shouted it out at the end of the Tarn Adams video, which was a good idea. But cheers. Anti-social media. I'm pretty sure anti-social media is a punk rock label. And if it's not, it should be. If it's not, it should be. All right, we're going to jump back up to the surface and just let the dwarves work on... Why is there miasma? Why? Okay. Who put the dead owl in the well? There's a dead owl in the well. I think we'll just leave it there. I'm too lazy to get it out right now. Oh gods, where are your kids? I mean, hold on, when was the last... Nosferatu? I think it was you. Yep. So, Nosferatu, the merchant, shot an owl with his crossbow. The bronze bolt strikes. Flying copper bolt strikes the great horned owl in the head, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Happened right here, and then it fell straight down, right where the X is, into my well. What are the fucking odds? What are the fucking odds, man? Ugh, goddamn hole-in-one right there. All right, well, we got a stanky well for a bit, guys. Ugh, what are the fucking odds? More than 100 points. Fucking instant owl soup. No, you'd have to we have to boil it first. I'm shaking my head. It was inevitable, as they say. Yeah, I think so. Picture point, I think so. Why would I want to boil my well, though? We want the well to be filled with water. I actually haven't started the pump stack yet. I'm still working on the tube. Guess I get to drain my well now. And then refill it. All right, well, Clay just had a good shower. Whoops. Kind of got the maze a little wet. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's just a little bit of water in the maze. It'll dry up. The well's not that big. It's almost done now. Yeah, it's already drying up. Look at that. Wild sweet pods are already sprouting. What were we talking about? Any social media, I think? I don't know. I think about this stuff way too much. It's just constantly at the front of my mind. Owl corpse is already out of there, so. How am I gonna drain it? Oh, I literally like poked a hole in the back of it. Now we just need to refill it. Actually, let's not remove that. Let's just build a lever right here, because the other one got knocked over a while ago. Also, I found the owl's head, I'm pretty sure. Is that actually the owl's head? That's actually the owl's head. I mean, I can fix it. I don't think it's difficult to fix the fucking blood and mud. Bucket Brigade? You'll see how I fill this well in a second. We'll just leave the blood in there, that's fine. Adds a little bit of extra iron to the diet. No, we got a much better way of filling this thing. I got too many bridges in this fort. Stone knows exactly how I'm going to fill this thing too, which makes it even better. We actually don't need to do that. A friend of yours recently explained that posting an Instagram is like sharing something with someone who's not a friend, but not an unrelated person. Don't think people were interested in that category before social media. Yeah, I guess like what people need to know is that Instagram isn't a photo album. And people seem to think it is. And the other thing that people seem to think is people seem to publicly hate Facebook, right? You don't really see people publicly hating Instagram even though they're the same company and made in the same building. Which has always weirded me out a little bit. It's always weirded me out just a little, just a touch. Like just enough that it makes my hair stand on end. Turn the pump on. Time for you to pump some iron power. Let's let my mayor pump some iron power. Unless someone else is already pumping iron power. Ah, there we go. Clay is going to go operate pump. You mean Snapchat? That's the one where stuff just vanishes. But that's because Snapchat is excellent if you're trying to send pictures of your genitals to people. That's about it. See how deep this is. And probably turn it off now. It's a dangerous walk to work? Why is it dangerous? It's just a creek. It's like ankle deep. Yeah, I'm done. There we go. Well's now full. Snapchat. Yes. Terrible app. It's literally ankle deep. Short shorts. Wiener dog. Sports. She talked about it like it was a positive thing. Like, yeah, I don't want to burden that on my friends, so I'll post on Instagram. Just tell her that she's trading an algorithm to recognize her face. Which is something that you agree to when you make an Instagram account. The TikTok is the best part of that song. The peep pop. Then he gets hit in the head with a ball. Yeah. Yeah, no more dropping owls in the well. I mean, I think it's pretty safe to say, first time that's happened. Like, I've never had an owl land in my well before. Not once. But we're going to roof off the well now. And also rebuild all these floors to get the mud off of it. Also, now I just have slow learner stuck in my head. Not even related to Picture Point talking about sports, but just go look up Slow Learner by Viagra Boys. Such a good song. The best, worst synthesizer solo in a song maybe ever. You hate when the government does that when you use the subway. Your government does that when you use the subway? That's spooky. That's like some fucking Minority Report shit. With all of the floors made out of grates. I tried to do that. It just kind of filled up with water. So, not really. At least not as well as you'd want. That is spooky. Add that to the list of reasons why I don't live in Russia. Just because every now and again there are people like, you should move to Russia. And I'm like, what if I didn't? I'll stay in Canada, thanks. Now we just need to wait for the rest of the water to disappear. Just don't move to Moscow. Nah, I'm good. I'd love to visit Moscow, though. So I expect a tour if I ever do. See if they recognize me. Thought the reason you didn't live in Russia was because you weren't born in Russia. I mean, yeah, that too. That too. And if they don't recognize me in the subway, I'll be offended. All right, so we now have a roof on top of the well. So no falling owls can land in my well. People actively suggested moving in jail. Oh, you'd be surprised. I get told to move like once a stream. Or, why don't you move here? Rent is cheaper. It's like, yeah, but have you looked at your internet speeds? That's always my favorite one, actually, is when people are like, hey, have you thought about moving to this part of the world where rent is X amount of dollars whenever I complain about rent prices over here? And then I'm just like, well, you want to know how fast my internet is? It's a lot faster than yours. That sounds like, wouldn't it just be faster for me to fly to somewhere in Europe and then meet you in the middle? I mean, like, genuinely, cutest, I am kind of halfway considering going to a TwitchCon in Europe at some point, if they do that, so. Just because I want to meet Kiri and Bellinair and CFG again and see Evil Trick again and all those people. That's why we just, like, meet somewhere in Europe, which is basically the middle. I'm traveling way further. Just saying. I'm the one actually traveling a really far distance. It would be. Picture point. It would be. But visiting Canada would be cheaper. Just saying. I've actually never gotten sick at a convention, Nebelroy. True story. never gotten a Conflu. And the reason I've never gotten a Conflu is because there are people at conventions that just want to basically fucking make out with every single person they see. They're like, oh my god, I'm so happy to see you. Big hug, fucking shake hands, just pat on back, make out for 30 seconds, and then they do that to the next person they see. I see a person who I've never met before, and I wave or fist bump, tops, and I bring hand sanitizer with me everywhere. So I've never actually gotten sick at a convention. If you're gainfully employed, you'll go. Noted. Do I need to get a visa to visit Europe? No. I probably would need to get one to visit Moscow, though. I would need to get a visa to work in Europe, but just visit there for a week? No. I mean, it's a bit of an exaggeration, but there's degrees of truth to that, Orange. I mean, it depends on how many people you hug in a day, right, Nibbleroy? If you're not a particularly huggy person, it's not an issue. If you're a huggy person, it can be a real issue. It's just like, you know, people who always break their phone immediately are generally clumsy drunks. I don't usually break phones because I'm not a clumsy drunk unless I leave it in the sun. Not me, because we're still in a pandemic, Orange, so I'm not going to a convention for a while. I'm not going to a convention until we get, like, until we know what... Hold on a second, did those all freeze? Wow. Huh. Anyway, yeah, no, I'm not going to any conventions until, Delta strain is done and we know what, and the majority of the world is vaccinated. So I probably won't be going to conventions until like 2023 anyway. So I will probably skip the first round or two of conventions. Although the first convention I do actually want to go to, and this is somewhere where Picture Point could go to pretty easily if he's actually moving to where I think he's moving to, is I would really, 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 really like to go to the roguelike celebration. Like, I would really like to go to the roguelike celebration. Just because it's in San Francisco, so it's easy for me to get to, and it's a small-ass convention. And, you know, people like Brian Becklew usually do talks, the Caves of Cud developer. You're going to Dragon Con? I never want to go to a Dragon Con. It's not Dragon Con, it's me. You never heard of that? Just go to YouTube and type in roguelike celebration. It's less of a convention and more of a conference. Like only a few hundred people go, and it's literally just like a conference room and some coffee, and then just a bunch of talks every day. Like the pandemic version of the roguelike celebration happened in a text-based MMO. They literally did it in a mud. Well, I mean, if you want to go to Bad Dragon Con, just go to the Taboo Festival. It happens in... I think there's one in LA. I think there's one in Las Vegas, and I know we have one in Vancouver. So, I'm pretty sure Bad Dragon is a booth. What, knowing exactly what you guys were talking about? Come on, man. I used to live with a cosplayer. I know about this shit. No. No, Dragon Con is literally just like the D&D con, basically. It's just kind of a generic nerd convention. Yeah, thank you. Someone understands. My stream has two eras. The bookshelf era and the post-bookshelf era. No, it's a good convention. There's just people that go to Dragon Con that I never want to see ever again in my life. Personal reasons. Like I said, it's not Dragon Con, it's me. Not my ex. I don't think she goes to Dragon Con. I'm not going to say anything bad about cosplayers because there's a lot of cosplayers who watch this stream. Most of them are extremely talented costume designers. So you struck out is what you're saying. 3 strikes, you're out? Seems like it, Nibbleroy, yeah. I mean, the best cosplay ever is literally just a cardboard box that just says Gundam on the front of it, so, you know. It's literally the best cosplay photo ever, is just a dude in a cardboard box that just says Gundam on the front of it. That is the pinnacle of cosplay talent. Changed my mind. So do you remember how earlier I was saying that you shouldn't label people? It's kind of what we're all doing right now. Okay, so someone left this as a comment on my recent Tarn Adams interview. Okay? The comment is, we should all polish both brothers. Thank you guys so much for the content. What? Polish. Like nail polish. What? What does that mean? I feel like that's a lost in translation, like Google Translate thing, but I just I shouldn't laugh at people who probably just don't speak English very well that are trying to be nice. But that is very funny. Ah. Whew. I mean, even if you change the word to publish, we should all publish both brothers. What does that mean? Still doesn't mean anything. Are you saying that he's calling Tarn ugly? Because that's what that would mean. Even though that's an unrelated statement. Praise? Maybe. Polish the Polish so they can get published. So then they need to polish a Polish publisher. This is a confusing sentence. Me no likey. Very muchy. I'm gonna be honest. She was just trying to get your book published. Boy. I assume that that's probably like an autocorrect error or a Google Translate error or something. I mean, maybe if they're talking about police, then they're talking about liberal crime squad. Maybe that's what they're talking about. Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, there's a load of assumptions that you can make, and all of them are fine. Like the person's not being rude, so I shouldn't laugh at them. But man, it's just a really funny thing to say. It's like, Polish? Pardon? I mean, he was, to be fair, he was unknowingly forcing the elven underwear addiction. Like, he didn't know about the bug until that interview. You know, it's kind of funny. I'm actually kind of mean to Tarn. Every interview I do on the YouTube channel, I send them the questions in advance, except for the ones I do with Tarn. Because with Tarn, I just go in and just throw it at him. So, but he's just one of those people that I trust that I could just like out of nowhere throw a complex question at him and he'll just be able to answer it. And I don't trust most people to be able to do that, you know? Like most people I expect like they might want some time to prep, but with Tarn it's like, here, boom, question, answer. A lot gets lost in translation when things make perfect sense, or yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely, Nibbleroy. I mean, this was a anonymous question that was submitted to the question bucket. Hold on, let's grab it. And this was a anonymous question that was submitted early on, which I didn't end up reading. I like this one, which I also didn't read out, but was, has anybody asked if he'd be willing to put the Steam version in early access so that we could play and test it now? Which is just a, fuck you, release the game now and finish. Where was the actual thing? Will you make military dwarf can attack in water? Kinda annoying they did nothing while subjected. They submerged or choke death grapple. Kill like choking? There was that one, and then right after that one was, at like within seconds, was also submitted. When assigned against fire-composed creature, dwarves will not push through flame, but can then a military just be forced beat the target? If blocked by fire, they must pass through by jump. Those two questions were some of the first ones to come in, and I feel really bad, because it's probably somebody who doesn't speak English, but I have no idea what they're asking with either of them. Which is what show up in most interviews. I was told a while ago, by I think ClinoDev actually, that the reason my interviews are so good is because I'm the only person who actively plays Dwarf Fortress who he talks to. They won't use their pathfinding. I mean, too, I too can intuit what the question means, but because the person didn't send in a username and because, like, I had to kind of guess what the question meant, I didn't really want to just read the question. So I just skipped that one. But, like, yeah, I also had a pretty... I too can, like, sort of guess what they meant by it, but it was just very funny because of how nonsensical it was, I guess. I'm just digging fortifications back here so that I can just see what's over here. Just kind of curious. We're into midwinter. It's just, they must pass through by jump? But yeah, it's because I'm the only person that, you know, the reason the no clip interview was not the greatest is, even though it has some incredible production value, is purely because the people making it don't play the game. And to a degree, like, even the creator of that video doesn't take these types of games super seriously, even though he has a lot of respect for them. So it's like, for people who don't play the game, it's really difficult for them to make a compelling set of questions for people who do play the game. So like that, they usually end up dwelling on just the funny kind of side jokes about the game based on like funny bugs and things that have happened in the past, you know? And is that necessarily a fault of people interviewing Tarn? Well, I mean, kind of, because like it's an interview that they're not necessarily equipped to take on, but they do it anyway, right? And that's pretty common with Dwarf Fortress specifically, just because, I know a lot of people like to make fun of games journalists for being bad at games and whatnot, but like out of everybody in the games journalism sphere, I can think of two people off the top of my head that actually played Dwarf Fortress, and that's Austin Walker and Gita Jackson. They are the two. Oh, and then also that one guy at Rock Paper Shotgun who I can't remember the name of. It's like those three people. It's Austin Walker, Gita Jackson, and then that person who works at Rock Paper Shotgun who I can't remember the name of. I feel bad. But there's like three people really who work actively in the games press who I see frequently, who know how to do that, right? And it's just kind of well, maybe be educated in the game that you write about. Like, I would sound like an idiot if I wrote about Madden or made a video about Madden, because I don't play Madden and I don't like sports games, right? But somebody like Alex Nirvano is extremely well versed in those types of games, right? Like, I shouldn't be talking about classic arcade shooters, but there are people out there that are really good at writing about that sort of stuff. Whereas I know a lot about this type of game, so it's what I am knowledgeable about. I just don't work for a big publication. I'm just an idiot with a webcam. But, maybe at some point, especially if I do more little clips, because like I've confirmed with Tard that those interviews that I've done are just kind of an ongoing thing. Like, like after we finished recording the last one, when we talked for like 2 minutes, like we're just gonna try and do 3 a year, just kind of more or less indefinitely. And he stated that he hopes that the next one that we do is the last one before the Steam release. Like, he said that, not me. So it's like, this is something that I'm just gonna kind of keep doing. So who cares about mainstream media's takes on DF? Fucking, quite literally, who cares? Maybe mainstream media will pick up something from one of my interviews at some point. Wouldn't that be cool? I mean, I also was asked recently by the developer of Jupiter Hell if his publisher could use the video that I did with him as part of the promotional material for Jupiter Hell. It's like that game's coming out of early access on the 5th of like in less than 30 days. That game is leaving early access. Yeah, it's coming out on the 5th of August, a Thursday. So we can ask a million questions about Magic. The thing about Magic is it's not so much that. It's more of a... I mean, actually, probably after Steam release, it'll be a million questions about villains, because that'll be the update after that, right? But, yeah, I don't know. It's a weird world. Did they name that achievement after me? It's in the code, but it's not in the game. They're adding more achievements on release day, so we'll see if Blind Luck gets added as an achievement, which is just get down to 1 HP and then proceed to win the game. I don't know if it has to be on a particular difficulty. Although, chat. If anybody here has a Reddit account. Well, actually, I need somebody with a Reddit account to volunteer to do a thing for me. And then give me a link to a thread. How many achievements per losing? What, for this? I don't know. What you need? Post this on /r gaming. Well, actually, /r PC gaming. And then give me a link. That's what you need. Because if I post it there, I'll get banned for spamming. Actually, I might still be banned from that subreddit. I think I got a 6-month ban. I think. Because I posted a video once that I was in. Not even a video on my YouTube channel. But yeah, that's actually one of the features I'm the most excited about with Steam DF is achievements. As I think that like doing achievement hunting for it is going to be a blast. Am I out of wood? I think I'm out of wood. That's fine. We can hack down some trees. Let's clean out this paddock. And this paddock. No, I don't give a shit about sound sense achievements. I want like Steam achievements or an actual like profile achievement. And I want DF to have like 50,000 achievements. You know what I mean? Like I want like 1,000 hours worth of attempting to get achievements. I want really dumb things too, like you know, like there would be simple ones like get a dwarf infected with a were creature. There could also be more interesting ones like roll a dice in adventure mode. Things like find a particular menu in Legends mode or start a war. Could be simple things like that, but then more complicated things like find a slab in adventure mode, write a poem, and it only gets deeper from there. There's so many things you could do. I mean, that's all good. Sometimes you gotta leave. Sometimes you can return. Welcome back. Besides, I'm always rambling / explaining things. Simple things like start a war. I mean, that's very simple. It's very easy to start a war in Dwarf Fortress. Come on. As if you've never started a war in Dwarf Fortress. Come on. Come on. Everybody's started a war in Dwarf Fortress. Half the time it's by mistake. Dwarf tantrums and beats the shit out of a diplomat. I mean, whoopsies. My bad. What is the shoes icon on your texture pack? Well, I mean, there's one clothing icon and it's this. So this is like all of the armor stuff. This would be shoes. So this is clothing. You're not supposed to kill diplomats. I mean, your name is Nosferatu, so. Not even just Nosferatu, but Nosferatu 666. So naturally, yes, you're supposed to kill all of the diplomats. Otherwise, you wouldn't be Nosferatu. I don't know which one you think looks like a shoe. Which one do you think looks like a shoe? I mean, those are berries and bushes. I mean, that's like a baby tree. Oh, this is a boulder. Is that what you're talking about? That thing? Hi, Shu. I'm blind. Make a lead bed. No, kill me. Making a golden weapon should be a, like a secret achievement. Because it has to be an artifact. Generate a world that has nothing left alive. It's the Age of Silence or something? Or is it the Age of Darkness? I actually can't remember. But there is like a end of the world. Like it's possible to generate a world that like the world is ended already. Sure. Go over there. Because I'm just going to go upfoot it. Thank you. How much gold in DF is enough? I mean, gold is like one of the most useless materials in Dwarf Fortress. Ironically. Yeah, it does. I mean, the Age of Myth means the majority of ancient beasts, so forgotten beasts and land titans and such, are still alive. The Age of Dwarves means the majority of the population of the world is dwarves. The Age of the Goblin means the majority of the population is goblins. If it's like the Age of the Bronze Colossus or something, then it means there's a Bronze Colossus that has terrorized the vast majority of the lands. That goes for most of the mega beasts. There's a whole list of them on the wiki. Hold on, let me see if I can find for you. Oopsies. Just broke my page layouts. I can't remember. I need to look. No. Trying to find the actual page. But I'm finding like literal average ages of creatures. Let's type in Age of Myth. Nope. Yeah, I can't find the page, but I know it exists. Let me keep looking. Give me a sec. Oh, gonna check that in a second. Was it literally under calendar? Oh, it is. Okay. I'll pay attention to that in a second, but these are the known ages. Age of Myth. The number of living powers and mega beasts is at least 2/3 of what they were when the world began. The Age of Legends. Number of living powers and mega beasts is less than 1/3 of what they were when the world began. The Age of Heroes. The number of living powers and mega beasts is greater than 0. Age of 3 powers. Exactly 3 powers alive in the world. Starts with 3 powers and manages to progress beyond that. The Age of Myth, the Age of Race and Race, the Age of 2 races, exactly 2 powers live, the Age of the Dragon and the Demon, as an example, the Age of Name, or the Age of the Race, or the Racial Age, exactly 1 power is alive in the world, the name style is selected randomly, no great powers, So the age of race is if there's no great powers left, but less than 50% of all civilized creatures are mundane, i.e. humans. We're using unmodded raws. The golden age, less than 50% of all civilizations and creatures are mundane. The twilight age, between 50 and 90% of all creatures are mundane. The age of fairy tales, 90% of civilized creatures are mundane, but some non-mundane ones still remain. It doesn't happen very often. I don't think I've ever seen an Age of Fairy Tales. Age of Civilization, I've seen this one before. All civilized creatures are mundane. All semi-mega beasts have been vanquished. You don't see these ones very often now that, like, fucking necromancers just snowball. The Age of Death, all civilized creatures are dead. I've seen that too. The Age of Emptiness, all civilized creatures are dead, but the world never progressed beyond the Age of Myth, Legends, Heroes, or Powers. I've never seen the Age of Emptiness. So, yes. They do all have a raw definition, and that's a really big link, but it doesn't work. Anyway, there you go. The Forgotten Beast, Gusmir Thulvakar Bathon, has come. A great quadruped composed of clear glass. It has wings and it appears to be emaciated. Beware its deadly spittle. So I have like that almost exact same Forgotten Beast in my basement, except it has webs. That is fucking terrifying. That is a run ender if it were to get into the fort. That is absolutely horrifying. Absolutely fucking horrifying. You've been playing Night in the Woods again? I mean, yep, that is a very depressing game. Can confirm. Considering one of the creators of it took his own life after it came out. Sad story. It's very, 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 very hard to break, actually. Also, thank you, Renee. Why not trap him in the glass tower? Because I'm still building the glass tower. So I'm not going to trap him anywhere. Just going to hope he gets killed by wildlife eventually. Also because those things move exceptionally quick. Yep. I mean, of course he didn't deserve what happened. Nobody is that bad of a person. Everybody deserves help. I'll be honest, that's kind of... I was planning on playing that game and actually picked it up, and then I don't think I could play it after that. Good game, though. Good music. If they found the correct harmonic, we'll just need to get some elven bards up in here, you know? Solid 8 to 10 hours? Yeah, solid 8 to 10 hours of music. There's so much music in that game. Man, I really hope that the soundtrack for Dwarf Fortress is good, and I also really, really hope that they put it out on vinyl. Just so that I can buy it. I know that I'm just like a fucking needy hipster for that shit, but... So one of my earlier DF stories, or one of my early encounters with a Mega Beast, I don't know, it's somebody, it's Kit Fox's person. I can't remember their name, Neville Roy. There's a pretty good tale that I have from my back when I started streaming DF, so I'd been playing the game for a bit, but I had a really shitty dragon, aka a giant chicken, that shot fire and had one eye. So we got attacked by a mega beast that was a giant chicken with one eyeball, and it shot fire. And it set a, I don't actually have, well, the only things I'm addicted to are caffeine and oxygen, right? I don't have an addiction to vinyl. Claiming that you have an addiction to a physical item, I like collecting vinyl, but I'm not addicted to vinyl. I think describing things as an addiction is dangerous. Anyway, where was I going with this? Ah, right. I was getting attacked by a giant chicken that was shooting fire out of its mouth, and oh yeah, and water. Water's pretty addictive. Can confirm. I put down an above ground tavern room. And then a bunch of bards walked in, and the giant chicken died because it ignited one of the bards, and the boiling blood got into the giant chicken's eye and melted its brain. So I actually killed a mega beast by tricking some elven bards to come hang out outside of my fort, and the boiling blood literally melted its brain. You know, just pretty good tale. Omar Dabius. Yeah, there's the only bits of music that we actually have heard are the what's it called? The only bits of the music that we've actually heard are the bits that are in the little videos that Tarn puts out in his quarterly updates. So, like, if I go to YouTube and type in the stuff, and then I go to the more recent one, and I unmute YouTube's.
I have a fortress, more workshops, and some accidental water that needed to be blocked off when the aquifer was released into the fortress. And here's the living arrangement. So let's look at the zones here.
Just listen to the music.
We have all of these little bedrooms
happens
that
at the
have
end
been
quite a
placed
bit.
now with the new. So yeah,
little
hope you had fun looking at this. There's a giant magma pool for you, and see you next time.
You want to send me a link to that? Because I'd love to hear that. Just drop it in the chat. I'd love to see that. I did the music for Eden Rising. And Nog. Huh. Previews for DF music. Go. Sounds appropriately dwarfy. Bet you $1 those are elves singing. How's the volume? This is like an adventure mode, like you're coming up over the horizon and seeing the sunset kind of shit. You know, this is reminding me of 30 Seconds to Mars, and that's not good. That one's fine. Now this is a jam. Chill lo-fi beats to dig in mine to. I like that one. Oh, it paused. It's because the first one's the only one that has the twangy guitar. Spring has arrived. Yeah, I think the first one's the only one that really sounds like what we think of as DF music. This is the last one. I think they have too much of a beat, is the problem. Not enough twangy guitar and too much beat. The cat passed away! Annual tribute from Busty Just Mac has arrived. Still 52 citizens. Yeah, I think the only one that really sounds dwarfy to me is the first one. This one. Yeah, that's possible. Perhaps that's the only DF official one. And the rest are all from other things. But this one does sound pretty dwarfy, though. Yeah, no, I think you're correct. Yeah. First one sounds appropriately dwarfy. So, as long as the rest all sound like that, I'm good. Frankly. Although they need some sort of remix of the original riff. You know what I mean? Like, they need to re-record that original riff into nicer speakers. Also that. I don't know, when I imagine Dwarf Fortress music, I kind of think of like a more mellow version of the Bastion soundtrack. You know what I mean? Specifically like this riff. Not fucking that Bastion YouTube. But like this riff.
Sure, we've got some songs on the old gramophone, but try and imagine what they sounded like. Play into a room full.
This, right here. Like this kind of shit. This is what I think of when I think of DF music. But like more mellow. It's like a more mellow version of that kind of riff. Like, it needs a very acoustic, very kind of hollow sound. If it doesn't get that, then doesn't sound like the DF to me. Also, Bastion does indeed have a fucking badass soundtrack. Okay, remuting YouTube now. Turning camera back on. Also, anybody who uses Reddit, interacting with that thread is very helpful. Was an amazing story. I never actually finished Bastion. I did watch a streamer finish it, though. The narrator of the voice of Bastion? Yeah, he's very talented. Everybody who works at Supergiant, though, is like criminally over talented. It is unfair. They got all of the talent, and they didn't share with the rest of us. Like, seriously, it is unfair how talented those people are. Need to make 3 more ballista arrows. All right, I'm going to take a really quick break. Hey, Chocobo, long time. How you been? I'm going to take a really quick break. I'm going to go eat my sandwich because I do need to eat it, and it's almost 3 o'clock. So I'm going to real quick stand up and just go grab my sandwich and eat that, and then I will be right back. If you're newish here, hello, welcome to the stream. Maybe click the follow button. To anybody else who's here, can I get a round of beers? And if you happen to have them, now's a good time to use some sound commands to entertain the chat. I'm just going to leave the people right here, and you guys can follow. Let's follow Seeker. Good Dwarf. Back in a minute. Couple minutes tops.
Sandwich!
I return post-sandwich. In a post-sandwich world. And a post-sandwich life. I had a cheese, avocado, lettuce, and tomato sandwich. It was tasty. What'd you eat for lunch, chat? I'm just doing a thing on my phone real quick, and then we will continue. Stir fry? Ooh. I'm gonna have stir fry for dinner. Probably gonna have tofu and rice and such for dinner. Anyway, how you been, Chocobo? Long time. Investments are open. I literally need carbs or I die, because type 1 diabetes, so. Also, I don't need to do keto. I weigh fucking 20 pounds too little already. Several kilos too little already. I definitely don't need less weight. Hoi, Kukra. How is thing do? I hope thing be good. I hope things be rad. Thing do okay? That's good to hear the thing do okay. Thing can always do better, but thing can always do worse as well. Yeah, you pray for Gremlin. I also hope for Gremlin too. Saint Gremlin Bernard III. I don't really talk about it much anymore, but the elves always. Oh my god, hold on a second. Where's our glassy weirdo? You didn't kill the glass beast, did you? Huh. Forgotten Beast breathes fire and hurls a ball of fire. Is caught in Gessmer's deep urn of the Mercs. Forgotten Beast's boiling extract. Beast breathes fire, breathes fire, breathes fire. Where did our glass friend go? Nope, you're still around. Yeah, they're still covered in feather tree egg yolk. Always. This beast is, or was, fighting with Fiery Beast. Didn't seem to do any damage to him. Considering the blob actually pushed this thing. Let's see if they actually fight. Go over to the blob. Go get the blob. Go get the blob. Get him. Hit him. Don't? Okay. Flying glass creatures are horrifying. About to lose all your tickets? Well, I mean, then you're just going to have a lighter wallet. That's fine. Nothing is actually of value is lost there. It's just like shooting balls of fire at him. Look at him. How have they not killed each other? What? Oh, nope. Didn't kill him. Bernie Sanders is still there. And they're going to breathe fire again. Just blasting him. Man. You know, we all have to start somewhere, right, Chocobo? How long has this fight been going on? As long as you've been watching it. It's a glass forgotten quadruped and a ball of fire. Although the ball of fire has been in the fort for quite some time now. Should probably trade with those elves. Oh, quadruped left the map, came back around. It's a pretty violent fire. And then the ball of fire likes to just sit in the basement sometimes and just not move for a really long time. It's weird because, like, normally blob forgotten beasts, which is what the bee is, the red bee, literally, like, they just get touched and they just instantly die. But because he's always covered in smoke, I don't think they can see him. He's like fucking John Cena. You just can't see him. Wait. Oh, no, never mind. He's still there. His name's Blob Cena. And his name is Blob... Seardia. Because he's made of fire. The shell is missing. The shell is gone. The shell's been gone for a while. That's his one injury. The shell is gone. Oh, there they are. Right on the edge of the map, just setting each other on fire constantly. I would really like this thing to die, though, because it's not exactly being nice-ish to my frame rate, I'll be honest. Well, guess we'll let them have that standoff while we go trade. Why is there a bunch of miasma over there, guys? Come on. Seriously. This is kind of gross. Should get rid of all that. Someone peeled it off like a can. Well, I mean, it's the only thing you can grab on it because it's made of flame, right? It's like, how the hell do you grab something that's made of flame? All right, so the elves brought a wolf, chipmunk, hedgehog. What? Oh, a unicorn. Okay. They brought a unicorn, wolf, a unicorn, chipmunk, echidna, unicorn, yak cow. Oh no. Hope you weren't hoping too hard. But they brought us lots of plums and apricots, so that's cool. More fruit, alcohols, plum wine, and apricot wine. Well, it continues. It continues. Seems like that battle in the basement's gonna go on for a little bit. Also, Battle in the Basement is my new band name, by the way. This Battle in the Basement is way too good of a name. Someone needs to use that for something. Oh, my mayor has a new demand. Find pewter door in bedroom. One fine pewter door coming right up for one fine pewter mayor. Oh, absolutely. Definitely a grunge band. That or sludge, one of the two. A section of cavern has collapsed. Probably because it's on fire. And probably because the water is, you know, probably because everything down here is just on fire now. Do you think that this, I mean, actually, no, this thing just evaporates all water around it. I don't even. Yeah, no, that can be done, unlike beds made of fine pewter. Also, how are you doing, Gold Poke? How's things? Longdeath is going pretty well, if you're wondering. I really hope I have enough fine pewter, though. I think I do. I may have to buy some fine pewter, though. Why is Max the Second all thirsty? Go get a drink, you dwarf. Wonder where our glass friend went. What is that? And why is it burning indefinitely? There's a couple things down here that are just burning indefinitely, and it kind of bothers me. You're going to bed? We'll see you later. Cutest. Thank you much for hanging out. A magma crab has given birth to twins. The things you notice when you're paying attention to the basement. They're breeding. The magma crabs, that is. On the lurky side again? Ah, so good. Got crabs downstairs? That's what she said. But not what you hope she said. That's what you hope she didn't say. Do I see any Demon Rule 34? Why would I go looking for Demon Rule 34? I mean, I've definitely had the notification, like, Flame Elephant Brute has given birth to triplets before. Bowlhead, Bowlass, and head crabs? I mean... You are what you eat, I guess. I feel like magma crabs would taste good. We should eat them sometime. Have trouble cooking it? How do you cook a magma crab? Well, first you pour water on it. I have a feeling you'd need like an industrial cable cut, like, you know, those massive like bow saws that they use to cut rocks in half that have emeralds inside of them, like that kind of thing. Liam, thanks for the raid. What's up, McFatbutt? How's things, Joshua Petch? Hi, Josh. What's up? And Liam, what's up? How's things? Yeah, you kind of got sniped by Orange earlier, didn't you? Hey, audio. Yeah, raid. Welcome, raiders. How's everybody doing? We're just playing Dwarf Fortress. This is Longdeath. This is a fort that we're trying to keep alive for way too goddamn long. And we're just kind of chilling, talking about random shit. I'm going to have a good time with Tarky. Gotcha. Tarky Cov. I know Dire Dwarf, one of my teammates, was trying to learn some Tarky. Covi. I bought Tarkov a while ago, tried to get into it, and then realized very quickly I don't see well enough to play it. So, we are currently on year 276, meaning the fortress is 271 years old. Certain chain grade crackers. I don't know what a chain grade cracker is, but I feel like that's some sort of like niche racial slur. Need some chain grade crackers up in here. To give it a shot again. I mean, then her and Dyer could do duos. I'm sure that would go well. Yeah, no, I've come to terms with the fact that I will never play that game. A ton of that game is seeing very small, obtuse things move for a quarter of a second and then you're dead. So, I like watching streams of Tarkov. I can't play Tarkov, though. Respect the heck out of that game, though. Although, I do get really annoyed when I hear people talking about Tarkov and Bitcoin in the Tarkov sense of things. Because I kind of like talking about actual crypto. And it's just like, oh, we're talking about Tarkov. Oh, okay, fake crypto. Gotcha. What was fast? Bingo? Oh, did I mention crypto or something? Is that on the bingo page? How long has that been there? What? For those of you who are confused, just simply type in exclamation point bingo. I am very predictable, is what that means. Very, very predictable. That being said, I wouldn't recommend playing bingo with that while drinking. But there are people who watch the stream who do. Still, I wouldn't recommend it. It's going to be a giant lava lamp. Because I, was born in the 90s. So that's where we're going to build a giant goddamn lava lamp. Naturally. You had a lava lamp once? I actually never owned a lava lamp growing up, but all my friends did, and I thought they were the coolest shit. My parents were like, those are really stupid, and then I never got a lava lamp. Because it's almost like kids can't really spend money on things their parents don't want them to spend money on if their parents put their minds to it. So I wanted a lava lamp. My parents thought lava lamps were stupid. I didn't get a lava lamp. Although, even though I didn't agree with them initially, they weren't wrong. How come it's taking you so long to construct a fine pewter door? Young you can be weird. Young me was an immature twat. But still me. Me and young me have a lot in common. I would probably punch young me in the head, though. Because young me was a bit of an idiot. I don't know if I'd say that young me was weird. Because I'm still kind of weird in the same ways, but an idiot. It's just really, I guess it's all perspective, right? On what seems weird or idiotic or silly. All right, so now I need to find my mayor's bedroom. Simplex and Vinsati. You want this door in your bedroom. Was it a door? Find pewter door. Someone must be hauling it somewhere. We're going to prank the mayor? We're not pranking the mayor. I'm putting a fine pewter door in the mayor's bedroom because the mayor is demanding a fine pewter door in their bedroom. So I'm putting a fine pewter door in their bedroom as they demand. But it's probably getting hauled somewhere right now. Ah, it is. Look at that. It's forbid it and unforbid it. Now I can go over here and go, door. Find pewter. Put it there. Yeah, no, my mayor has a demand, which is find pewter door in bedroom. So I'm putting a find pewter door in bedroom. Yeah, so that they don't, you know, send my dwarves to prison for not doing what the mayor wants. Like any good, respectable dwarf would do for any good, respectable dwarven mayor. I mean, it doesn't open anywhere. It's just, you know, an art piece leaned up against the wall. I mean, they get to keep their lovely, finely crafted, nice door, just like everybody else gets to keep their lovely, finely crafted, nice door. But if you really want a fine pewter door, I'll give you a fine pewter door. You have a good dinner though, Audio. Cheers, man. I wouldn't know. I've never played FF7. I have played FF at 20 though. Very sad game. Very sad game. That's why I quit League of Legends, in fact. Not a shisty door. A nice door, not a shisty door. Get it? Rock puns. These puns rock, chat. We should keep at it. Yes, that. Frog for hire. And Zelsur, what's up? It's good to see you. All these puns are slate for failure. I mean, you make a valid point. Mayor's wishes have been granted. Excellent. Well, we got lots of wood that needs to be brought down, so. You're learning Songs of Six, but you have to get back to Dwarf Fortress again? I mean, Dwarf Fortress will always be there, and there's plenty of other games that you can play in the meantime. You can't win a debate with a forming geode. They have too many points. Can't debate that. I'm going to have to pebble around coming up with new ideas. I'm trying way too hard now. F- for trying too hard. Time to go cook. You go make good dinner. Maybe with a number line, there are an infinite... I mean... This joke has gotten too deep for me, Frog. It's far too deep for me. Don't even understand it anymore. Not that I understood it to begin with, but now I understand it even less. Just like spacing out, which happens sometimes, specifically after meals. It's real fun when like your mood and like ability to think are directly tied to blood sugar and the way your body works. When you realize that and then things get thrown out of whack even slightly, it's like after a meal, it's like my brain just ceases to function periodically. I hate it. Really, really do. Just remember that 0.9 repeating and 1 are the same number. You'll be fine. All right, sure. I'll remember that. 0.9 repeat and on repeat and 1 are the same number. All right. Brain, please, come back. Come back to me, brain. All right, so we are in the 276 late spring. We started in 274, I think. 274, we jumped into 275 almost immediately. So, doing all right. Feel lightheaded? You probably should get water. I feel light-brained. I should get more coffee. I did drink water on my coffee, or on my lunch break, though. I did drink water on my coffee break. What am I even saying? What am I even saying? What am I even saying? Construct green glass blocks. Making more green glass. Making more charcoal. Lol words indeed. Yep. Yep, words lol. I mean, water is a source of hydration. There is water in coffee, so thus coffee is a source of hydration. Not a significant source, though. Oh, also, I should mention, some records arrived while I was on break. Like, literally, the dude knocked on my door while I was on break. So my 2 jazz records that I've been waiting on have arrived. I can't wait to listen to those after stream. Woo! Yeah. Oh, you can actually hear me again, Pilot, can't you? Because that was quick. For reference, I'll link the 2 that arrived. This. I ordered these a while ago. And this. Those are the 2 that arrived. Looking forward to giving them a listen. Yeah, we're just working on glass. Although, actually, a thing that I should do is clothing. I haven't done clothing at all today. So we should probably do a round of clothing. I think I'll make them silk socks. Leather mittens. Well, let's also do leather hoods. What am I missing? Ah, let's also do leather caps. I'll do 70 caps. I don't know why. It's just the number I typed in. And let's get this stuff up and running. And give them a minute, and then they can go get to work. You type them in one by one? That's how I do them too. I don't know why I decided to do 70 of the last one, but gotta make some extras. 34, I hit the number 4 instead of 0. Okay, I mean, I meant to hit 33, but 34 is gonna work. It's always a, whoops, I accidentally typed in a 1 too many. Well, world's not gonna end, so that's fine. World's not gonna end, so that is a-okay. Not for another 20-something minutes. Nope. This is not the counting room. I mean, it could be. Hey, chat, try and count to 100. Go. Bet you can't. Not with everybody in Twitch chat. Already fucked it up. I mean, I bet you guys can't count to 10 at this rate. 4, okay. I helped, Stone. See, chat's not very good at counting. 50. There you go. You did it. 1, 2, 4, 55. That's how math works, right? 1, 2, 4, 55. Command that doesn't exist. Airplanes. Yay! Now we're just being silly. Even Twitch chats have to screw around sometimes. There was a time where this chat actually successfully counted to 50, but there was only like 4 people talking at the time. It required a lot of coordination and focus, though. We did do it. Although I don't think I had like 75 people watching. I think I had like 7. This was a long time ago. It took us a few tries, too. But we were able to get it done. We were indeed able to get it done. Oh, yeah, I could do that. What was the last thing I read? Brown bears collect red pandas for unknown racing reasons. Tires wear down, stupid, cheap. Rain is falling in everything. Mahogany furniture can't jump over Atlantic salmon. There might be guinea hens in this chat at this sandwich restaurant. Frequently, urinating when dancing is bad, yes. However, ducks can't sneeze. I'll bet you they can, but... There you go. Ducks can't sneeze. Cheers. Pilot. Also, I haven't said thank you enough today. Chat, thanks for the ludicrous amount of support yesterday. Thanks everybody for hanging out today. Cheers everybody for chilling. Big thanks. I used to watch a channel actually who would just sit and just chatting and point a camera at his desk and he would play poker with chat. He would draw chat's hand and show chat's cards without looking at them and deal and draw and do all that stuff. It was actually really quite entertaining to watch. He eventually like stopped streaming though. But if you have a playing card in your hands, 6 of clubs. Man, that whole comparative anatomy thing seems fascinating. This is such a satisfying chunk of, like, crafting chains, you know? Just watching all the dwarves run from place to place to place to place to place, everybody claiming all the clothing, storing owned items. It's just really satisfying to watch. It's kind of like watching Factorio, I guess. What happens if somebody guesses right, Stone? You'll be amazed. Watch it be like a Joker. In before it's a Joker. As expected. Well, I mean, you're still playing though, so at least you know what to expect. I just learned that subreddits can have calendars. Huh. It's the 3 of clubs. Man, I was close. I said 6 of clubs. Fuck. What did I do that was ASMR? What? You're falling asleep to my stream? I mean, lots of people fall asleep to my streams. Although, actually, I know quite a few people who use my YouTube videos to fall asleep because they're like 6 to 7 hour YouTube videos, which is like less than a night of sleep, so they're done by the time you wake up. Kind of deal. Yeah, why are you holding the 3 of clubs? I should get like half a point. You know what you should do, Stone? You should just do a series of YouTube videos called What Card Am I Holding? Hold up a card. Just hold up the back of a card and say, what card is this? Put it down, and then the next day upload a video, the same video of you a few seconds later flipping the card over and revealing what it is. And see if you can build up an audience of people that guess what card you're going to hold up next. But actually do them in like a pattern. And so every day you lift up a different card. And then if you put them into a cipher, it like gives a link to a website. And then it's actually like an AR. That sounds like way too much work, but. Too much work. I mean, you should do that. You should do that. And then just put it in the self-promote section. And every day we'll guess what the card is and see if we got it right. Just like a one-off, like you're, I mean, fair enough. What if it got 2 million views? That's the question. And then suddenly you made a bunch of money off of YouTube. That's always like the weird thing for me. It's like everybody's like, oh yeah, no, don't really care about my YouTube channel until they make some money off of it. And then they're like, I mean, I'm amazed every time I get paid by Google. To be totally fair. 6 of hearts in your wallet at all times? Is that like an heirloom reason, or is there a particular reason why you carry a 6 of hearts in your wallet at all times? As a favor to a magician friend of yours. It's kind of interesting. And kind of neat. How did this get here? I mean, yeah, I guess I could see why that would be a favor to a magician friend. I could see how that could come up. Neat, though. Yeah, I never really got heavily into magic. I know a couple of kids who got heavily into magic when they were younger. I don't know. It's never really something that particularly interested me, but it's one of those things where I totally do understand the interest for them. Although I will say that I did unironically enjoy the movie. As terrible as it was, called Now You See Me. It was an awful movie, but I enjoyed it. Nice times when he says while you're performing, hey, now check your wallet for me. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, I can't remember the last time I had playing cards. I certainly don't own any. You work with a dude who moonlights as a clown? That's terrifying.
This is madness!
Madness? Yeet. Thanks for the upvote. Hi, Hobo. How thing? I showed you my mouse rat thing. Please respond. Speaking of, humans are saying huh at me. I used to moonlight as a smart person and then I started dating. I used to moonlight as a Twitch streamer. Now I'm just a Twitch streamer. Ain't that a weird coincidence? Hummins. Sometimes you just gotta hang out with some hummins, you know what I'm saying? Man, now I want hummus. Fuck. Your dad wants to get LASIK, did? I'm very jealous of you and your LASIK. But also at the same time, we'll never do it, so it's not worth it. Very, very jealous, though. There's a real good chance if I were to get LASIK that it would just wreck all the vision I have left. Moonlight by Camelot. Camelot's really fucking good. Camelot, actually, when Camelot is good, Camelot's really fucking good. When Camelot's bad, it's most of Camelot. Why did I read that as Sabrina? It was in like Sabrina the Teenage Witch. The roasted pepper and feta was amazing, but the hummus was probably turned... Ugh. Ugh. Gross. I'm sorry. That's disgusting. Absolutely fucking disgusting, man. Because they have like 3 extremely good songs, Nosferatu, and then everything else they've ever done are like... Ugh. It's just like Andrew WK. He has one really good album, and then everything else is like, what the fuck? Actually, that's not totally true. He's got some pretty good stuff now. Hobo, have you listened to the new Andrew WK song? I can't remember if you had or not. Gunnick Vaxar says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What request do you have of our merchants? Other colors than white? There's videos of him on the internet with like beige and black shirts on. It's like the band Lordy when you listen to anything that isn't Hard Rock Hallelujah. Nope. Nope, they didn't. Orange. They didn't. They didn't ever make a good song. Don't you give me such horrendous propaganda. I refuse to believe that. Let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Nickelback never wrote any good songs. They wrote a listenable riff. And then Chad starts singing. And then I want to gouge my eyes out with pencil crayons. Not even actual pencils, just pencil crayons, because that's how little respect I have for him. Although, shout outs to my scout leader who stole his girlfriend in high school. And then married her. And then got divorced a few years later. Catchy, maybe. Yeah, true. No, that's a very different group that don't stop coming and they 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 don't stop coming. It's a different band. What's a better always repeating song? They Don't Stop Coming, or well, you know, Smash Mouth, or Bustin' Makes Me Feel Good. You know those like meme remixes? Yes, this is true. They are very commercially successful music. Baby, don't hurt me, 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 don't hurt me. I don't know what you're talking about, Hobo, but it seems kind of lewd. It's probably your most used FG emote. I like FGS old. Whenever I have FG subs, I use FGS old a lot. All right, let's do this. Sometimes you just got to show yourself the door just so that you know that it's there. All right, chat. You can now get a card from the top of the deck.
I have in my hand a deck of cards. I'm going to take the card from the top. It's the three of spades. Yeah.
Three of spades. There you go. I mean, he never said it would be your card. He said he was going to take a card from the top of the deck. Coincidence? I think odds. Stone. You practice just enough magic to fuck with magicians. I feel like it's gotten a lot harder to be a magician nowadays, just because of the internet. You know, like the art of being a magician has kind of died a little bit with the existence of smartphones, because you can just like type in a magic trick and how to solve it on YouTube, and you'll find a bajillion people explaining how a magic trick works. Like, the access of information has actively made the art of magic less exciting. You know what I mean? The second appearance of everybody's favorite character, Stone's Hand. I went and gave the video a like. There you go. Thanks for providing my stream with content. Have a like in return. I can't stop looking at YouTube graphs, chat. It's a problem. I mean, you've just had it there for a really long time. Jim Bitty Bim Bim. It's a fun name to say, by the way. You've just always had that card. But they don't need to know that. And so he pulls out rings from his coat for me and somehow managed to switch them for the ones actually using the trick. And I start doing the trick while he's standing there confused as to how I managed to get them. So he showed them to my seat. That's just mean. I don't have any respect for that. Let the man do his show. Play along. Magic is significantly less fun if somebody ruins it, you know? It's just like when someone says, oh, it's in your hand. It doesn't matter how fucking old you are. That's just mean. Sorry. No respect for 10-year-old Orange. Although 10-year-old Orange is probably moldy and like in pieces. So no one should try and eat a 10-year-old Orange. That's for sure. You'd probably die if you tried to eat a 10-year-old Orange even. Okay. Side scoop, why are you sleeping and not doing the trading thing? Would be dirt. Is what a 10-year-old Orange would be. Unless you froze it, maybe. If you started in the right place, it's a tree. True. True, true, true. They've been found in walls? What, like completely dried, I assume? Huh. Well then. I guess I'll just believe you there. Dirty deeds done dirt cheap. I mean, sure, I guess. You could say that. You run for your life because it's now or never because you ain't gonna live forever. You know, I used to be in sports, right? When I was in sports, every major competition we had, they used to play that song on repeat during every single race that I was in. Because I was in sprint kayaking, right? So we would race kayaks on flat water. And so like on a lake, basically. And when I did that, they used to always play that song. I mean, I very much enjoy that song purely because it reminds me of good memories. You know, good memories of like hanging out on the beach or out on the dock near a kayak or swimming or kayaking and hanging out with friends that I had at the time. Those are good memories. 'Cause I'm TNT. It's a really fucking stupid song, but I think it's just because the person who was in charge of the speakers was very much a dad and very much liked his AC/DC. But AC/DC is outclassed by their own countrymen these days. Considering fucking Australia is single-handedly keeping the independent rock and psych rock scenes alive, and AC/DC is just kind of getting old. Morning, caveman. Why do you say that? Because when you say TNT, I think dynamite. Unless you're trying to say that that girl's lit. Which, you know, still kind of funny. Why are they so fixated on these baubles? What does that mean? Spitalier. Oh, you have a strip club named TNT? That's a Asian market here. It's like the place where you go buy the Japanese or Korean or Chinese foods. Or Vietnamese foods. I mean, well, the Vancouver strip club is called Number 5 Orange, so that only fits one person here. We'll see when we see you, Nosferatu. Take care of yourself. Why are they so fixated on all these baubles? How do you know? I mean, actually, have you seen Deadpool, the first one? Because if so, then you've seen it. And Stan Lee was the DJ. That's the strip club in Vancouver. The bathroom is much nicer in real life. I mean, when did I tell anybody about your main job, let alone your side job? The only one who did is you. Just saying. In refinishing furniture, I mean, it's involved in whatever you think it could be. This channel, sometimes very mature and serious. Sometimes it's times like right now. We're getting there. One thing at a time. Powering through all these glass blocks. Oh yeah, you and your friends go to a well-ventilated place and then you all strip your furniture, right? Yeah, that's absolutely what that is. Okay, so someone needs to make a furniture stripping place and just call it the strip club. That needs to exist. It's the place where you go to get paint stripped off of things. Someone needs to do that. Although, I don't think I own any furniture that I could actually do that. As everything that I own is like from essentially IKEA and would just get obliterated if I did that. That might be workplace harassment, Orange. That might be workplace harassment. I don't know. Forging iron ballista heads. Let it slide. Hey. You can't work up a punny upholstery thing? Fuck. I need a pun that fits with upholster. Man, that's harder than it sounds. It's like you'd think that upholstery would be like an easy thing to create bad word play out of, but turns out nah. Weird. Probably involved with stuffing. Yeah. Oh, all these comments are stuffed full of great ideas. Ooh, I can persuade you. Bet you can. Upholstery. Yeah. Yeah, I got nothing. Yeah, exactly. It's like, fell a little flat on that, I think. I don't know. Is this real? Whoa. Do you know there's a fan remake of TIE Fighter? Holy shit. Check this shit out. Right? TIE Fighter, right? And then just... Whoa. That's all I have to say to that is whoa. I'm not going to unmute it because I don't want to, like, you know, get it, like, copyright struck with dan Star Wars sounds. But, fucking whoa. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a lot of lens flares, but I might need to play that off stream. That's, I don't know. I don't know, man. I might need to play that. No, it's a total conversion mod for the original game. So it uses the original code, supposedly. So I don't think they... So I don't think they can. Because there's nothing to nuke, it's just a mod. True this. Yeah. Since when has that ever stopped Disney? Well, here's the thing, right? Once it's out there and people have downloaded it, what are they going to do? You can't stop us all, right? It's just like the, what, AM2R or whatever the fan-made Metroid game was called, where it's just like, oh, I mean, Nintendo can sue them and take the website down, but everybody has it already. Right? I might have to reinstall TIE Fighter, though. I might actually have to reinstall TIE Fighter. Cops in Mickey mirrors driving to your door. That's just the future. That's just what we're gonna have attacking us in, 10 years. I'm just going to say, Mickey Mouse is a scam, and then I'm just gonna get mobbed by Mickey Mouse police. It's a terrifying future. Truly terrifying future. Not a future I'm ready to live in. It is kind of ironic that Apple has been out and about being all like, yo, we're going to protect your data and stop people from tracking you stuff. And I'm just like, okay, but like, what are you doing with all the data? I don't know. I was reading about their new privacy policies, and on the surface, they seem kind of neat. But at the same time, it's like, it seems sus. You know what I mean? It's like kind of super duper sus. So I've just been kind of suspect about that ever since. Even though on the surface it looks kind of neat. Although I've been pretty enamored with my new phone's digital well-being settings. Like, it has accessibility features and then digital well-being settings, which I think is kind of neat. And they're all just like, shut the internet off for certain apps at certain times a day. You can only change this setting once per day, kind of thing. To just like lock you off of social media and shit. What, Apple having secret police or data privacy? Frogfire. Neil, thanks Toast. Cheers, man. Hope the YouTube's been good. And I saw that you're premiering your videos now. How's that been working? If you're lurking. I don't know if you can hear me, but he may or may not be here. You're still working on all this clothing. So many mittens that still need to get done. Although we may also be running out of leather. Although if they also have secret police force, I haven't heard about that. Some of the digital well-being stuff. I think it's interesting. I hope that they keep improving that stuff. It's nice to see actual, like, work being put into stuff like that. Apple is not a safe topic. I mean, Apple makes overpriced products for people who don't like to repair their things. And they employ terrible companies that treat their workers like shit and charge too much with way too much planned obsolescence. What else do you want to know about Apple? I don't think that there's like many Apple defenders who are going to hang around this stream. I mean, there might be some people who use Apple products, but I don't know anybody who openly defends Apple, unironically. The only people who do unironically defend Apple are not generally the sort of people who would hang around this stream. It's been doing well. You reached 8K last week. Good stuff. Okay. They seem to do good. Gotcha. Yeah, I do premieres from time to time for things that I deem as important or interesting. You're now a crypt cop. It is a pretty good hat. The hats just keep getting better. Speaking of hats, Twitch now allows us to upload up to 10 years worth of resub badges. Which is kind of wild. That means you need a longer nap. Because your eyes are red. That or you've been hanging out in Canada too long. Is only on Apple? Boo! That sucks. but fair enough. Also, I need to rewatch Minority Report. Because, like, Minority Report was, what, a 2002 movie and, like, a 90s book? I'm curious about how many of those predictions in that movie came true. Because I remember watching it, like, within a couple of years of it coming out and thinking it was weird and not really enjoying it. But I want to rewatch that movie because I'm kind of curious about how many of the things in that movie ended up coming to fruition. You know what I mean? Then why are you telling me? Go hug the dude. Bastard. Sheesh. I almost screwed up the count. The one thing I do remember about Minority Report was the Xbox Connect happened. The whole, I'm just going to move shit around on the screen with my hands without touching it stuff. Except they used weird gloves, so, like, the technology is, like, worse in that. Because, like, we got to the point where you don't even need that. But your memory of it does seem pretty prescient. Yeah, I mean, I was talking about that movie with my dad recently, and he also wants to rewatch it, even though he hasn't seen it since around the time it came out. But, like, I don't know. Like, we're not too far away from that. Like, in the early 2000s, it felt like science fiction. But now we're, like I think about all of the concepts in that movie, and I go, yeah, that's not too far off. Whoa! Someone bought something on the Humble store. Thank you. That scared the piss out of me.
Anvil Store purchase made for $9.99.
Okay. Someone bought something on Humble. Thanks for buying things on Humble. Those add up. And then I get surprise paychecks from Humble every so often. Why is that in French? I don't know. Actually, I do know why, but... How at risk one is of being a criminal? Oh, probably, yeah. Because it's funny, that's why, probably. I mean, it's just like, why is Bellinaire's one in Finnish? It's because it's funny. I think the reason I set that to French is because somebody wanted to send me a tip, but they wanted the tip message to be read in French. And so I set the bot to French, and I've just never changed it back because it's funny when she tries to read English in French. I find it funny, so I've just never changed it back. That's literally all it is. It's quite literally that simple. I just never bothered changing it back. You didn't own X-Wing Alliance? I mean, those games get really cheap from time to time, so just wait for them to go on sale on Good Old Games and just grab them for $1. Oh, wait, did you just go buy it on... Was that you buying it on fucking Humble? Is that what just happened? Ah, okay, there we go. I understand now. That's why there was explosions in my head. Also, chat, did I tell you that I won the Steam sale? I only bought one game. I think that's winning. And I've played it. That's how you win the Steam sale. You buy as few games as possible. And then you play them. You didn't buy anything? God damn it. And here I thought I won. There was a Steam sale? Yeah, there was. It's over. Yeah, missed it. I mean, isn't there like always a Steam sale? Like, let's be honest. You got gifted 3 things. Okay, yeah, you actually won. I mean, here's the thing. If I accepted games as gifts, man, I'd probably get so many games. I just don't, and actively request people don't, you know, send me games. Your employer gave you a $100 Steam gift card. You have a cool fucking employer. That's all I have to say to that. You have a really cool employer. You bought this pack of 1,000 games? You mean, oh hey, Orange the Second has been possessed. You mean you donated $5 to charity and got 1,000 games in return? I haven't even looked at that bundle. You were stoked your boss knows you well. That's good shit. You could buy like 1 AAA game with that. And then those Sims went on sale and your wife used it all. Hey, you know, happy wife, happy-ish life, I guess. Have you seen her since? Oh, you bought Empyrean? Cool stuff. So then she didn't use all of it. All right, let's see what Orange goes for. Straight up for a boulder, I think. Nope. Okay. So Orange, the second, the little child, is looking for an item. I mean, Neil, who was here earlier, has more games than any of you. Also has more games than me, so. You're tempted to go to a bar? Just don't walk into it. That might hurt. I've been tempted every day to go to a bar every day for quite a while, but I've resisted. It's expensive.
You suck.
You're welcome, Pilot. You know you love it. That's why you watch me. But going to the bar is expensive. And even after yesterday, it's still a slow month, so. I mean, Delta variant's a thing. I wouldn't hobo, but, you know, we've been over this, so you do you. I mean, in a world where Silverstone just had so many people at it, I want to know how many Delta variant infections come out of Silverstone. Because there was a lot of people there every day. On-stream day drinking? I don't drink on stream. I have drank on stream. I don't actively drink on stream, and I don't plan to drink on stream. Try to avoid doing it. I used to do it on a relatively frequent basis. I don't like drinking on stream. It builds up a precedent where people expect it. Hey, there's a con going on that I won't be attending. I mean, you know, you do you, Alba. You do you. I mean, to be clear, the reason I want to go to the bar isn't to actually go to a bar. The reason I want to go to the bar is to just people watch. I mean, if you wanted to see me drink on stream, you would have had to watch my stream about 4 years ago. Then you would have gotten like twice a week drinking on stream. Sometimes daily. It can be. Entertaining, that is. You going for wood, child? Generally, I find people watching at the bar specifically kind of pathetic. Bar channel like the chicken channel. what, like a 24/7 stream of a pub? Do you have any idea how many people would never go to that pub again the second they heard about that due to like violation of privacy? Pub is one of those places that's kind of sacred where it's like that really shouldn't be broadcast, you know? People do gnarly things at the pub. I don't believe I've ever been approached by a person at a bar. Like, ever. I've talked to people, but it's always because they just happen to be right next to me at the bar. Then we just start talking. I don't think I've ever had someone walk up to me and talk to me at a bar. Like, ever. Although, actively right now, I don't want to talk to people. Because I don't know if you've been vaccinated yet. Enough people haven't been. That's like, I don't want to be around people. As much as I do, I don't. Because I trust myself. I don't trust people. The annual tributes from Basti Pame and Nulanabo have arrived. Because you're cool and they're boring, Orange? Although, think about it, chat. Aren't you all people watching right now? Or, in this case, person watching? People, you have 2 streams up. All right, there you go. Shocked. Surprise Pikachu. A rose gold scepter.
No!
Whoa.
No!
Fancy. Fancy and simple. I like it. 1 rose gold scepter. It's a pity I can't melt it. Well, I guess I could melt it down, actually. Just get a rose gold bar out of it. Actually, I wonder if you even get a bar out of that. I don't even. Surprise you, Pikachu. All right, I'm assuming that you got it. I don't know why I waited so long. It's kind of waiting for Stone to say that he got it, but... Yeah, already, I mean, time flies, like we said last time. I like that there's just like this child just doing a strange mood and just like a human and a horse just like barrel past. Bring on the council indeed. Yep. Bring on the council. But the real question is, what does Orange make? Sudden Hobo Moon Runes, are you okay over there? Hobo is actually learning Japanese so that he can help moderate my chat in Japanese. They brought us a whip! Well, ain't that a rip-roaring good time? Out of the way, child! We've got stuff to drop off. What are you even saying? What does that even mean? Can I, like, what? Do that mana Japanese people drop in? Have you started drinking at home? Not real. I mean, if they do, they speak English. So, I mean, probably. Not many Danish people drop in, but they'll speak English. It's a stank amulet. A stank mulet. That's actually a pretty small one. I guess because bulls are light or heavy. 5 yaks were killed in the making of this kidney. Zzz. Why do I read that as, how do you do, fellow Danes? I don't have a beard, so... So happy people learn your language because you're probably too stupid to learn theirs. Yeah, that's how I feel every time Belliner speaks Finnish. It's like, I don't know where you're pulling all these syllables from, but ow my brain. And all these vowels. Back to the child, who's going on a long work. I have a small goal of getting my YouTube channel to 2 million views before the end of the year. I think we can do it. We hit 1 million views this year. We're at 1.3 million. I got a lot of views to get before the end of the year. It's like I can understand little bits of other languages. Oh, also, for those of you who weren't here earlier, this is my well. Right here. Nosferatu shot an owl that was right here, and it fell straight into my well, and we had to drain and refill the well because it was filled with owl blood and decapitated owl. Anyway, Dwarf Fortress. That happened. That was probably the highlight of today, was an owl getting decapitated and landing perfectly in my well. Black metal is how. Rolled R's and heavy metal. Make like a motorboat and thrash away. You spect foul play. What, like they planned it? They planned to drop the owl directly into my well? Anyway, now there's a roof over my well. How's my day going? Pretty good, Prismatic, and yourself? Pretty good. No particular complaints. Only, mild and insignificant complaints. Watching a child build a artifact. Very, very slowly. By sitting in front of the computer. What, me or you? I mean, I'm relatively cool right now, but I have a fan on me. I turned the AC off when I had lunch, but I do have a fan on me, so that's helping. It's a chill night. Good shit. I don't know what I'm going to do tonight after stream. Maybe go for a walk or something. Today is kind of a bonus stream, because I don't normally stream on Mondays. I haven't streamed on Monday in a couple months, actually. But I didn't stream Saturday, because I felt like trash, so here I am. Streaming again. I think maybe we'll do a Caves of Cud day tomorrow. Or something else. I don't know. I was kind of originally planning on doing a Day of Jupiter Hell this week. Because there was supposed to be a patch, but then it didn't come out. So, still kind of fingers crossing, hoping that there will be a Jupiter Hell patch this week. But if there isn't, then... If it wasn't raining. There's, there was a place in Arizona that got a year's worth of rain in one day. They need to send some of that up here. I mean, it's hard. Taking breaks can be tough sometimes in this industry, but gotta do what you gotta do. Like 2 centimeters? It was enough to cause a flash flood and kill a person, so... I mean, maybe don't make fun of it. I mean, we could use some up here because we're about to get doused in like forest fire smoke soon. And you know, we don't want forest fire smoke in Western North America because if it hits Vancouver, USA, then it's going to slow down the development of Dwarf Fortress again. Again? Yep. Houses are burning down all over the place. It's happening in those small towns that got obliterated during the heat wave. It's like Lytton was one of the towns that got hit the worst. This child is going to get hit by a wagon. So it's going to go grab that piece of wood. The very far away piece of wood. He's going to pick it up, and he's going to walk back over, and he's going to get hit by a wagon. You watch. He's going to get hit by a wagon. Because by the time he gets over to that walkway, there's going to be wagons going in there. But yeah, no, it's more or less just... Or maybe he's going to miss all the wagons. But yeah, no, it's more or less going to be an annual occurrence at this point, Orange. More or less just going to be an annual occurrence. Like, The heat waves are so intense in BC now. The forests are so dry. And, people throw a lot of cigarettes. It's going to be an annual occurrence. Child didn't get hit by a wagon. Yay! It's actually a pretty small trade caravan in comparison to some of the other ones we've had. Kavish says, I am your liaison from the mountains. Let's discuss your situation. They've updated my maps. Request all the wood. I'm actually curious about a thing. Yeah. I was going to see if I could request green glass blocks, but then I realized that seems like effort. And I look forward to our meeting next year, Simplex. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Checking the news. Seems pretty standard. Not too much has changed. We keep following the child. You know, I woke up this morning and just smelled burning and was like, whoa, yay. And it kind of smells like burning outside. Not particularly bad burning. Air quality index is a little bit worse now. We're still in fair, air quotes, air quality, but it's getting worse. You can see the haze over the hills. That's just going to happen every year. Hey, Windatar. What's up? Your child's still alive. Still being a kid. You're 3. Making chili? Ooh. Spicy chili? How do you feel about the smell of burning tarmac? Phenomonics. Hey, Dingler. Fort's going pretty good. That was a guy with the BBQ smoker in the parking lot? Well, I mean, it's not supposed to smell like burning. That's supposed to smell like barbecue. Different kind of burning. As you know, when you burn a house down, what do you burn down aside from the wood, right? Insulation. Everything that goes into the roofing. All of the concrete around the edge of it. Rubber. Tires. Tarmac. It actually, like, last year was so bad and it lasted for so long. Like, Tarn Adams straight up stated that it slowed down his development because he couldn't sleep for, like, 3 weeks, basically. Neither could I. Like, it wrecked my streams for a month. last year. And that was when we were at the height of lockdown, so we couldn't even go places. You've never smelled a burning down house? Well, it's fortunate that you've never been near houses that have burnt down. I've actually, unironically, been close to multiple burning houses. Am I in Cali? No, I'm in Vancouver, Canada. But we have fires up here, too. We have fires here because of the heat wave, where we broke every single heat record we've ever had, ever, here. We hit 45 degrees Celsius in places, and that's not normal. BC is like California, except significantly nicer. In, like, every way. Because we don't have LA. And our weed's better. That's like northern BC, right? Mm-hmm. Roughly. Dingler. Roughly. Is that how hot it hit in Lytton? I thought it hit 47. Maybe I'm thinking of like their neighboring town. I don't know. I'm so far away from Lytton. I don't think of that as we, so... I mean, here we hit 45, where I'm from. And that's like 9 degrees hotter than is normal. Well, 12 degrees hotter than is normal. 28C, which is what it was today, is what I would consider to be normal. It's the weather tomorrow. You get that down there pretty often? Yeah, but that's like a normal temperature for where you're from, right? Yeah, like here, we're pretty average temperatures right now. Highs of 27, C, average of like 22 to 23. Like that's normal summer weather for here. Or almost twice that during that heat wave. And nobody here has air conditioning. Although we are building green towers and mandating green towers, which is good. We're, well, I mean, AC is just helping the problem, right? It's literally just belching more heat out. Like, I was talking to my dad about this yesterday because I saw my parents. And he had a really good point, which is like, people in, like, let's use Arizona as an example, shouldn't have AC. They need to live in bunkers. Live underground. It's like, we need to stop putting more heat outside, and we need to start going underground. Feels pleasant in comparison? No, it doesn't. Still feels too hot, Windatar. It really doesn't help. It's all fans at this point. No, like, AC's making it worse. It's doing the exact opposite of helping. I mean, here in downtown Vancouver, we've got a mandate right now where all towers above a certain height with a certain number of windows have to paint their roofs white, the top of the roofs white, so that they reflect light back up instead of absorbing heat. And they have to install these chain link fences basically along the sides of the buildings, and they're growing ivy on them. So that's what we're doing. Everybody needs to, like, go into Google Maps and just look at LA from the top down, or New York even. All of those buildings, the roofs are black. So, growing ivy up the side of buildings is one way to solve it. I read that as glass. I'm like, how exactly do you grow glass? Like, what the fuck does growing glass mean? Growing grass, yes. And that also helps. I mean, they've done it. It's called Australia. There's a pretty famous city in Australia that's in an area very similar to Arizona, except they all live in concrete bunkers underground. And none of them have air conditioning. It's gotta be 97% fear. Yeah, well. I mean, I've been watching Breaking Bad, so the word glass is just like fresh in my brain, okay? Heisenberg. Heisenberg! Also, seriously, I really need to go and like cut out this one line from Breaking Bad and use it as a command because it's so good, which is just a line where Heisenberg or Walt just very bluntly says, $500,000 in cash. Just because it would be so good as a command for you guys to just like throw at me. It's like, what are you gonna do with $500,000 in cash? Because he hands his brother-in-law the bag and he goes, "What is in this? A thing of books?" And he goes, just looks at him, stone cold, dead face, $500,000 in cash. It's so fucking good. Also, I'm still rewatching Breaking Bad, so I know I'm just gonna ramble about Breaking Bad at least once per stream. But like, the episode The Fly, which is literally just like Jesse and Walt in the lab under the laundromat trying to kill a fucking fly. That episode deserves an award. That's such a fucking tense, good episode. Cause like that episode just instills so much fucking dread in the viewer, but at the same time is just like kind of hilarious. The bottle episode, yeah. Ugh. Or just the, what if there's only one chemist? He can't get rid of me. If there's only one chemist. Poor Gale. I liked Gale. Is it sold as a comedy? Not really, no. It's a family drama about a family falling apart that's also like a drugs show. Like, Breaking Bad is a show about, like, TLDR, man with lung cancer goes to cook meth to provide for his family. It is not comical. There are funny bits and like funny moments and sequences that'll crack you up, and then it will soul crush you 2 episodes later. Cap should have been inverted. It's fine. Like, it is very much a, like, there are dark comedic bits, but it is more dark than comedy. I mean, like, there's characters like Saul who are really fucking funny and comedic, and there's characters like Skinny Pete and Badger who are also pretty funny, but like, they're funny because they're like dopey meth heads or a sarcastic lawyer, not because the show itself is funny. Is like a New Vegas version of The Sopranos. Actually, that's a pretty good way of putting it. But yeah, no, it is genuinely just a show about a family getting slowly destroyed by crime. Like, that's literally what it is. It's a lovely New Vegas, like, suburban family that are like lower middle class, slowly getting destroyed by tragedy. Phenomenal show. All right, what do you need, child? Okay, what do you have? Bone, almondines, unicorn bone, bronze bars, wool cloths, hemp cloths, maple logs, and wood logs. What are you asking for? Thread, bars metal, bones, yes. Bones, 2. Rough color, rough gems, bones, yes. Another bones. We got 2 bones. Leather, skin. Oh, it's leather. We need leather. We didn't have any leather. All right. Well, I could just trade for some leather. Probably. It's always freaking leather. No, I just literally used all of my leather to make a bunch of leather shoes. So I watched the pilot of... Okay, I'm also going to queue up a bunch of unicorns to get slaughtered, because those will get made into leather. I really liked the idea of Boardwalk Empire and watched the pilot and loved the pilot. Didn't watch anything beyond the pilot. And everything I've heard about the rest of that show, I'm kind of happy I stopped at the pilot. Investments are open. Heads up, chat. But yeah, no, I would say that Breaking Bad is probably my favorite crime show of the last. Up until fucking I watched Fargo, it's probably my favorite crime show. Up until I watched Fargo. Now Fargo's probably my favorite crime show. But Fargo's such a different thing. The Meaning of the Assumption. Is this a new book? It's by Tiny Goliath. Concerns the method of proof by contradiction. It's a new book. Aw, come on. I need a new broker again. There you go. You're going to go trade. Perfect. Just get there first, please. Before they leave. Come on. Come on. Perfect. Did they not bring any leather? I don't think they brought any leather. Because I didn't order any. They brought a shit ton of thread, though. That's a lot of plump helmets and fish. A lot of bags. Oh well. Gotta make our own leather for Orange so we don't kill Orange. Just gonna see if you have a job here, Lorbam. No, you don't. I'm gonna give you tanning. But yeah, no. Seriously. Fucking Breaking Bad. It's a good show. I recommend it. If you haven't seen it, I recommend it. It's kind of a long show, but it's a good show. It's also just a really fucking badass show every now and again, too. Just make sure that someone's tanning a hide. As long as someone's tanning a hide, we're good. There we go. Someone's tanning a hide. Taurus is tanning a hide. Go tan a hide! Go tide the hand. It goes over the military well in DF. You find it hard to wrap your mind around? It's not hard to wrap your mind around because everybody overthinks it. But no, I don't. I don't really do tutorials. I do like little 1-minute videos explaining bits of UI, but I don't have one of the military screen because I don't use the military screen, so I can't really explain it. It's not a hard piece of UI though. Literally just, if you want to make a squad, just hit V, select the dwarf you want to put in the squad, okay? Go to the primary, which is P, right? And then just hit N to make a new squad, select what type of armor you want them to wear, press enter, and then move up and down in numpad, select what squad you want them to join, and press enter, and they join the squad. It's literally that easy. And if you select metal armor, they will select whatever the highest quality metal weapon is and whatever the highest quality metal armor is. If you want to get super fucking detailed and nitpicky with it, you can do all that stuff in this menu, and I do it in here from time to time, but like, I don't bother explaining it to people because everybody just overthinks it. The best way to do things in DF is just find a simple way that works and just do it that way, and eventually the UI will just start to make more sense. Hey, Dark Sora, what's up? But yeah, no, it's literally like, I just ignore the military screen. It's not that complicated, though. It's really not. So, but like, you don't even need to use it. You can get by just fine by just making squads that way, and don't worry about training schedules and shit. And then if you want to get that squad to train, literally just hit T, select something that can be turned into a barracks, so like a weapon rack. Make the room into a barracks by hitting R, pressing enter. Select the squad you want using the plus and minus on the numpad, then hit T, then hit S to open up the squad screen. Which one did I select? I think it was the Bear Fighters 2, S, C, T, and then they go train. That's literally all you need to do, and they'll go get whatever weapons they have assigned or whatever. And there you go. I realize that probably wasn't helpful at all, but that's why I don't really bother explaining the military. It's like the military is just clunky in DF, and I think it will always be clunky because of the way the game works. But it's part of the game's charm, is its weirdness. Good to hear, Dark Sora. I'm doing well as well. Just playing dwarfs. Yeah, that and like a squad with decent weapons and decent armor left to train for a year will obliterate an entire army of anything by themselves. Although, it's good to look for traits like brave in the face of looming danger and whatnot in the dwarves description. Or can handle stress, stuff like that. You fucked up the goblin one because I'm dumb and panicked? What? Why you let it intimidate you? I mean, the best way to learn about DF stuff is just, like, read, right? Like, if you see a screen and you don't understand it, read it. And if you continue to not understand it, look up the option on the wiki, right? Like, all of the hotkeys are listed right there, right? If you want to know what something specifically means, go to the wiki and look it up, right? Like, that's... Like, the biggest skill you can have in DF as someone playing DF is just learn how to look things up on the wiki. And the game becomes very easy, very quickly. And, like, I know I might seem kind of dismissive when I say that, but it's like, it is the truth. And they had to go do their standard job. Oh, no! Same, generally, prismatic flux, but I also learned by trial and error, which is how I've learned the majority of this game. Orange, the dwarven child, has created Sylphiz, a peachwood crown, and claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Lorbam Win the Mansions. Well, I mean, Orange, you did say that you were going to be the prettiest princess, so you made your pretty crown for the pretty princess. It's worth 54,000 Zethal. This is a peachwood crown. All crafts dwarfship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with unicorn bone and encircled with bands of maple, hemp, and black bronze, and trillion-cut almondines. On the item is an image of Kade, Machine Hollow, the dwarf, and dwarves in peach wood. Kade Machine Hollow is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the Pangu. Pango? 1989. Thank you for following me and then immediately prime subbing. Enjoy the dwarfs in the ad for viewing. Check, and I get a big round of beers for Pengu. Is it Pengu or Pengo? On the item is an image of Kade Machine, Hollow the Dwarf, and dwarves in Peachwood. Kade is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Kade Machine, Hollow to the position of a king in the United Creation in the early summer of year 196. On the item is an image of Meadow Powers, the pick of grinding, the mica coffer in Alder. On the item is an image of squares in alpaca wool. On the item is an image of Passion Chop, the violent waters, a giant cave spider silk mask in pig bone. On the item is an image of a decahedron in cougar leather. Pengo. Okay. Just thought I'd check. That's a fine artifact. It's gonna go in the king's throne room. I say. I just have to find it first, because there's too many artifacts in this fort. Did I say 1989? 1998. My brain misread. My brain do that sometime. Haven't you ever looked at something and then your mind says one thing and your mouth says something else? Well, it turns out I was. I'm not normally on Mondays. But good luck. And that's all I'll say to anybody who starts watching Longdeath is good luck. There's a lot of it. There's a lot of it. A whole lot of it. Fortunately, it's all in one playlist, I think. I have to check the playlist every now and again to make sure I didn't forget to put one in there. But you're at the end of episode 2? Well, you've only got, what, 124 total? So 122 to go. You're playing a lot of Infra Arcana? Right, yeah, because you asked about Cthulhu roguelikes, right? What do you think? Well, I mean, on average, I add about 3 new episodes per week. So if you can average like 4 or 5 episodes a week, you'll catch up eventually. Although I will be honest, there's quite a few in the middle there where that you could probably skip. Like at some point, I really want somebody to watch through every single episode of Longdeath and categorize them into the amount of shit that happens and timestamp where shit happens. Because there are like entire episodes where like nothing happens. You'll listen to them all and categorize them into a wiki. Good luck. I would love somebody to do that. You thought it hadn't hit the V key because when I pressed V, nothing happened? Oh, really? Well, I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Please don't ask you to do that. I mean, people could work in a team to do it. A month plus I'm watching the 100 plus so others can do that. I mean, I never said you need to. I just said I want someone to do that. What, do I look like a mod? Mods don't do work here. What are you talking about? Mods just make sure that you don't say potty mouth words. And have their finger on the ban key when you say something naughty. Although generally they don't even do that, so. Mods asleep, post-bred. God, I haven't heard that in a minute. Work? What's that? Yeah, right. I mean, just read Hobo's name. That's what my mods are. I mean, you know, even the mods are probably agreeing with you. They're just in the back chanting, fuck the police, along with the rest of us. How dare you use the poo-poo tongue? You bad-mannered nitwit. It's mods. Streamer swears. Why can't I swear? Because streamer is king. Viewer is peasant. Although king only exists as long as viewer pays taxes, so. Hobo sounding like an orc from Warhammer. I mean, I'm sure some clips are still active on his stream. If you click on him, you could see what Hobo looks like. There's a video on my YouTube channel if you dig real deep of me and Hobo playing Overcooked. Please don't fuck the streamer without buying streamer a drink first, though. Can't speak to anybody else.
Oh, dude, fuck yeah, dude. That's fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
Neither, because I don't really get triggered. I think that's kind of a shitty thing to say, so. I just get disappointed. Off the top of my head, there's not a ton of Eldritchy roguelikes, no. Eldritch is kind of boring. I mean, like, NetHack has some Eldritch stuff in it. So. If you want to hear some bad covers, what? Oh, shit! You played All-Star? Damn! Hold on, I don't want to stream this, but I want to listen to this. So I'm just muting the desktop audio. Better than I was expecting, but still kind of out of tune. Considering I can't remember any of the lyrics to that fucking song, you're doing better than I could. That's pretty good. Well done. That's all I'm going to listen to, though, is just All-Star. I'll listen to the rest later. Future therapy, reason for... Yeah, pretty much. Wind guitar. Needs to be more in sync. Well... Not Backstreet, just in sync. Even if Backstreet's back all right. You like Eldritch much because of the survival speedrun mood other than the setting? Wait, what do you mean? Survival speedrun. You mean like non-compat, just avoid the enemies, run past them all kind of shit? You should play Brogue then. Because Brogue you don't actually level up by killing shit. You level up by getting better gear. Though we're your own worst enemy, instrumentation sucked. They couldn't figure out the amp and it was like low-key, like a stone was pretty solid. Okay, fair enough. Brogue. I thought I had a command for Brogue. I'd swear I did. Guess not. It's because you spelled Brogue wrong. There you go. That's Brogue. Go play Brogue. Anyone else playing along or counting this as a roguelike rant? How is this a roguelike rant? I'm simply just talking about roguelikes that exist. This is a piece of software that exists. It's not, I'm not ranting about anything. Close enough. I mean, then I have to talk about cat hair in my keyboard. Actually, what I could say is when the last time Hobo came over, my ex still lived here, and he started sneezing almost immediately because of cat hair. That wouldn't be an issue now. Although I get to take care of a cat pretty soon. I get to take care of a senile, elderly kitty cat. I have no idea. Oh, like a tile set version? There's a few tile sets, but you need to dig through the website. Although if you're playing with a tile set, then you're a cretin because it's one of the most beautiful ASCII games ever made. Seriously though, it is one of the most beautiful ASCII games ever made. But you know, you do you. You're still a cretin though. But of course, you do you. I'd say no offense, but all of the offense is intended. Now I'm just being mean. And something that made you play it in a browser instead of the client. Why would you want to play a game in a browser when you could just download it and have it local? Well, like, why would anybody actually want that? Unless it's a computer that you're not allowed to download things on. Because your PC really sucks, but that will run on, like, anything. What are you using? Like a Windows 95 PC plugged into dial-up? Like, how is your PC that bad? I mean, Infra Arcana just does that. But, I don't know. Also, not really Cthulhu-y, but you might like Doom or Hell. You might also like Jupiter Hell, but Jupiter Hell probably wouldn't run on your computer. Doom or Hell would. You'd probably also like Aliens RL if you just like hiding from shit. But I fucking, that shouldn't be an issue with Broke, but whatever. Whatever. I mean, if you can run Minesweeper, you can run Broke. Broke is not exactly a high fidelity game. Fair enough. I won't pretend to know how bad your computer is, but I find that very surprising and frankly kind of impressive, actually. I mean, if all you're running is Chrome, well, if all you're running is Edge, then sure, I guess it's acceptable. I mean, Windows 10 doesn't run well on high-end PCs, let alone laptops. Not that I'm defending Windows 10 or anything, but I do like Windows 10, even though it runs like ass. I believe it. You're just waiting on graphics cards to get back to normal? Yeah. I mean, I don't miss Windows 7. Windows 7 was nicer than Vista and better than 8, but I prefer 10 over 7. I wouldn't ever go back to 7. A lot of people have rose-tinted glasses for old OS. Just wait, in like 3 or 4 years, people are going to say that they miss 10. Trust me, it'll happen. I had someone say that they missed Windows 8 recently, and that Windows 8 was their first OS, and I was like, oh my fucking Christ, I feel old. Was at the precipice of being great? Sure. 10's a better OS, though. Literally took all of the features that I liked about 7 and made them better and removed all the garbage from Windows 10. And removed all the garbage from Windows 8. My first OS was DOS. Yeah, the first computer I ever used DOS. Then my dad had a Windows 3.1 PC for a bit. 2.1? 3.1? I can't remember what numbering that was. I still have the disc for that somewhere. You can disable that completely. I had to because it doxes you. Prismatic flux. It's very easy to disable that. But yeah, we had Norton, or not Norton. We had DOS, and then after DOS, we had a Windows 2000 computer for a little bit. Or I had a 98 computer. My dad had a 98 computer. Then my dad got a Windows 2000 computer, and that was the coolest fucking shit. After 98, I later got a Windows 95 computer, and then a early Apple computer. My dad got a Windows 2000 computer. And then I had a Windows 95 computer, and then I later got a Windows 98 computer. Actually, I think I installed 98 on the same computer and upgraded the hard drive to 512 megabytes. Maybe a gig even. I can't remember. It was very small. Then I bought my first laptop, which ran XP, which I was very proud of. And my dad still has that laptop. He uses that as a word processor on Windows XP to do, like, what's the word? Money shit for his business with my mom. Money shit. That's accounting. That's the word I was looking for. As somebody who relatively recently installed Windows XP on a virtual machine out of boredom while stoned, Windows XP does not age that well. It really doesn't. That OS is kind of archaic. I mean, like, for the time it was groundbreaking, but, like, yeah, it doesn't age that well. But for the time, yes, it was an incredible OS at the time. It's like the GameCube is kind of underwhelming now, but at the time, I remember my brain exploding when I saw the GameCube for the first time. That was the coolest console I'd ever seen in my life. On a virtual machine years ago? Really? Wow. It's like I also have a fond memories of Windows XP. Yeah, XP was just like a cut above what they'd done in previous years. Like 2000 wasn't brilliant. ME was, well, you guys already said it. So. And then Vista again sucked. Like, I don't know. It was just an all over the place, topsy-turvy time for that stuff. Also, I've been streaming for almost 8 hours. Considering today's supposed to be my day off, not bad, I say. Not bad at all. Is less bloaty than 10? You can disable all the bloat for 10, though. That's the thing. 10 is, like, really bloaty by default, but you can disable a lot of that bloat, and it's quite streamlined now. I don't know. I don't understand why the Steam Deck exists. I will be completely honest. Like I don't really get who the market audience for that is. It's like two of my teammates I think are getting them, and I still look at them and I don't understand who it's for. I don't know. I'm not getting a Steam Deck. However, and I always talk about this whenever people talk about the Steam Deck, just because I want people to buy this fucking thing so that I'm not the only person who has one. I want one of these! Really fucking bad. Really, 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 really bad. If it performs well, yeah, well. The thing that I just showed you, the Playdate, unique games designed specifically for it, that are either designed in its own maker for it or by celebrity game developers, people such as Bennett Foddy, I always forget his name, but Keita Takahashi, and the guys who made Nuclear Throne, and other developers like Zach Gage, who's made a bunch of really good mobile puzzle games. I'm just looking for other names that I recognize. There's just tons of fucking indie devs and small studios that you've probably heard of or played games by before, even if you don't recognize the names immediately. But they release 2 games a week on it that are just included with the device, as well as being able to, you know, play games that other people have made just in a web browser for it. Their designer is really, really easy to use. The device is going to be $179. It's made by Teenage Engineering, who makes the OP1, which is a bloody wonderful little synthesizer. So the hardware is solid. It's being put out by Panic, which are the people who funded and published Firewatch and a bunch of other indie games. And basically run a handful of small publishing teams. So it's basically like an independent game players enthusiasts dream team of, yo, we're making a small handheld console. And it's affordable. So, and I've used one. I used one at PAX. So it's like, yeah, I'm buying one of those day one. And to those of you who watch my YouTube channel, yes, I'm going to film unboxings. And yes, I'm going to film overviews of the games. For one reason. I want to tax deduct it. But I also just really, 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 really want one. It's one of the few times where I'm going to abuse the fact that I can get tax deductions for really stupid things just because I just really want one. I'm probably going to, like, stream bits of it at the beginnings of my streams, too. Because, like, you know, I do have this webcam, which I could just turn these filters off, like, let's be honest. What, for the Steam Deck? I don't know. I didn't pay that much attention to the Steam Deck. I don't know. For me, the Steam Deck is $100 more than it should be, and the default version should have 256 gigs, not 64. So the base versions should be $100 cheaper and have 256 gigs, and then I'd be interested. Outside of that, nope. Sorry. It's too much of a luxury item for me. And I have luxury items. They're called records. And my record collection. That's my luxury items. And I know that, like, so I've seen some people kind of basically, like, streamers specifically talking about how, you know, most of the reason they don't play games outside of work is because of the environment. You're still, like, sitting at your work desk. It's like, I don't care if I'm sitting in front of a TV on a laptop or on a weird handheld device. If I'm sitting on my sofa and playing the same or similar games I would be playing for work, it still feels like work. I mean, see, for you, like, you say $400, which is accurate, right? I look at the Steam Deck, and you know what I see? I don't see $400. You know what I see? Here, I'll show you what I see. $499, $659, and $819. Because I see the Canadian prices. That's fucking expensive. For $659, I could buy a computer with better specs than that. So, yeah, no, I'm good. It's like if the base model was $400 for me in Canadian dollars, and had 256 gigs of memory, yeah, I'd buy it. Yeah, the OP one is very expensive, but it's one of those things where it's worth it. It's one of those things where it's like the OP one's an investment, but it's also like one of the most powerful little synthesizers you'll ever buy. It's an extremely powerful, flexible little synthesizer. No, I mean a laptop with a built-in integrated APU. Like I could buy a low-end gaming laptop for roughly the same amount of money as it would cost me to get a Steam Deck with very similar specs. And it would have a keyboard. I mean, to be totally fair, I paid like almost OP1 money for my synthesizer. Almost. But I play with the thing nightly, so. For anybody who doesn't know, I own a Mother 32. Ambient. Plug it into guitar pedals. Just listen to the wee sounds. Could handle BO4 without a problem. I mean, you could still buy business grade laptops for like 800 bucks that can do that. I mean, they probably couldn't handle Battlefield 2042, but like, who the fuck needs to? Laptops had to be absurdly thin. Yep. Thanks, Apple. What time of year is it? Early winter? They worry so much about thickness that they don't think about the kernels and end up having to drop the processor power for them. I mean, it's just like, you know, cell phones, right? They decided they need to make them really, 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 really thin. So you know what gets worse? Battery. You know what else they lose? Headphone jack. This is not a thin phone. It has a headphone jack. Literally, like, part of the selling point of this phone is thicker phone, better battery life, headphone jack. I mean, I didn't have an option for a phone that had a headphone jack. The TCL phones have headphone jacks. This phone is brand new. I got it like 2 weeks ago. Said nobody ever, Dark Sora? What? Why? Do you want to get Xbox achievements from playing apps? Who in their right mind would want to use a Windows phone? I mean, I would love to have a Nokia slide phone again. Because they needed to be charged once every 3 weeks. What the fuck planet are you from, Orange? Sorry, I refuse to agree with this. There's nothing good about those phones. Okay. Oh, they're great beer coasters. Nice sarcastic asshole. Reminds me of Tech Syndicate when they used to use 1080 Ti's as drink coasters. I miss that YouTube channel at its peak of greatness. Just want a phone with a physical keyboard. I've given up on that one. I used to agree with that. I've given up on that one. Did you also have a Zune, Dark Sora? Are you that person too? Sorry, I don't mean to just make fun of you. I'm actually like genuinely fascinated. You should use that as a coaster when you get an actual graphics card. Do you want a 780? I could just mail you a 780. I have one. It's not much of an upgrade, but just pay shipping on it and I'd consider it. No, do you know what a Zune is? I know what a Maizu is, but do you know what a Zune is? It's not a phone. It's Microsoft. It was Microsoft's competitor for iPods that they released around the same time as the Windows Phone, maybe a bit before. I don't know if I would say Zune was ahead of its time. So it was in its time. Apparently new Iron Maiden album releases the 3rd of September. Can pre-order July 21st. Hmm. Do I buy the new Iron Maiden album? Didn't they have their own encrypted music that you couldn't play elsewhere? I mean, just like iPods, yes. Just like iTunes and Spotify. Never buy on a whim. Don't you tell me how to live my life. Do you have any idea how many albums I've bought on a whim? I've bought so many albums on a whim. Okay? I mean... I bought this on a whim. Don't you tell me how to live my life. Oh, hell yeah. No, definitely. Also, Dwarf has given birth to a boy. Does anybody want to be a brand new baby boy in Z-Fort? Pango. Pango? Pango. You say Baba. The question is Baba you? He was born today, which makes him very young indeed. He has a grating, raspy voice and long sideburns that are neatly combed, a very long mustache that is arranged in double braids, and a very long beard arranged in double braids. He has medium-length hair that is braided and extremely short hooked nose. His very long beard is arranged in double braids, and his medium-length hair is braided. He has an extremely short hooked nose, and he has an extremely short hooked nose that is extremely narrow, and his cobalt eyes have very large irises. His hair is a crew, and his skin is sandy taupe. He personally would just as soon have nature and the great outdoors burned to ashes and converted into a great mining pit. Values tradition and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. Dreams of raising a family. Can handle stress and has a greedy streak. Is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and generally acts with impartially. Is rarely moved to mercy and likes to take it easy. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents and does not does not go out of his way to help others. He is generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and is generally quite competent in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. Occasionally overindulges and needs alcohol to get through the working day, as any good dwarf should. I mean, all male dwarf babies are born with a beard. The only reason they wouldn't have it is if their mother shaved it, and then, frankly, I question if their mother's even a dwarf, if they were to shave a good boy baby's beard. Can we check up on your dwarf quick? Yeah. Although I'm going to change games pretty soon here. Prismatic Flux is dwelling upon the lack of decent meals for a long time. 108 years old. What do you want to eat? You prefer to consume giant groundhog, squid, and sand pear cider. Well then, not picky at all. Personally views the pursuit of knowledge as deeply important and values tranquility and a peaceful day. After seeing somebody die, you still dream of mastering a skill. You're always tense and jittery after seeing someone die, and you have a sense of duty and often feel envious of others. Yeah, specifically giant groundhog. Specifically giant groundhog. All right, chat. I think that we are going to call it on DF for the day and save Longdeath. If you're here specifically for Dwarf Fortress things, there's more Dwarf Fortress on my YouTube channel than you could reasonably watch in a lifetime. And there's also what looks like 3 people streaming DF right now. Caveman Crafting, MetaReact, and someone named Bad Shot Bob. Well, I don't